guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break one line for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let her roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, you'll catch it all on the Steve Sommers Show. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive.
Well, technically no, but it looks full. According to, let's see here, according to space.com, full moon is actually Friday morning. But it, again, looks full tonight. It'll look full again Saturday, and then we'll begin to wane night after night. Pretty darn close. Beautiful, beautiful mood up there on a Thursday morning coming on as we transition into the 17th day of March. And welcome aboard. All right, hope your week's going well. How about the countdown clock? Looky there. 1 week from today, Thursday, March the 24th. Not sure where you will be, but many of us will be gathering in Louisville, Kentucky. Mid-America Truck Show time. Yeah, Thursday, Friday, Saturday of next week. It's getting close. Got the butterflies going already. I'm not real big on getting out of my element. I like my surroundings, the comforts of the secret bunker. But we'll be there with bells on to be broadcasting live noon to 5 Thursday, noon to 5 Friday, and then Saturday starting things up 10 a.m. till 3 p.m. for the show. Looking forward to chatting with friends we haven't seen in a long time. It's been 3 years, and again, this is going to be the official 50th anniversary celebration of the Mid-America Truck Show. Kind of looking forward. First hour we're going to be speaking with Toby Young, as we're into, I guess that'd be third generation of the Young family running things. Paul K. Young, some 50 years ago, had this brilliant idea. Let's put on a little truck. Toby's going to explain to us. I'm going to get him to go back in time, and he's got the numbers, how many people showed up. It was a rather small gathering. Then, of course, his father, Toby's father, took over. And when Paul K. Young, I'm not sure if it was when he passed away, but anyway, he passed the baton. Then Toby took over. How many years ago has it been? Time flies. But, of course, growing into the biggest truck show in North America, maybe some say the biggest in the world. 1 million square feet of exhibition space, going to be a big time. Now, we're keeping our fingers crossed as far as Mother Nature, what kind of weather will be coming our way. All right, meanwhile, let's take a look at what's going on tonight as far as travelers' weather is concerned. 24 hours ago, we were talking about heavy rains, especially in northwestern portions of Alabama. By the time we wrapped things up at 5 a.m. Eastern time, the heaviest of the rain had moved over into northern portions of Georgia. But then you had the wraparound, some torrential rains, a nearly stationary big cell of thunderstorm activity that developed right around the Birmingham area. It got ugly this past afternoon, a surge of floodwaters rushing through Birmingham, serious travel issues. Flooding began to emerge about 3 o'clock this past afternoon as this intense rain bore down on Birmingham with a nearly stationary thunderstorm. The hardest hit areas in the afternoon were the southwest sector of the city, namely the neighborhoods of Oxmoor and Huntington Park. But the torrential downpour that deluged Birmingham, the result of a low-pressure area that's continuing to slowly move through the southeast. Part of that system had already caused some severe thunderstorm activity through portions of central Florida. That was also ongoing through the overnight hours last night. However, closer to Birmingham, showers and thunderstorms really blossomed right under that upper level low with very little winds aloft. And so those storms moved very slowly and were training over the same area. Torrential downpours over this small area quickly led to radar estimates of 1.5 to 3 inches of rain in a very short period of time. National Weather Service office there in Birmingham provided an update to travelers about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, advising please avoid travel in downtown Birmingham. They also mentioned ongoing water rescues, impassable roads, in some cases cars being swept away in floodwaters. The ABC affiliate there in Birmingham also confirmed Birmingham Fire and Rescue Service Department as well as the Birmingham Police were responding to multiple water rescue efforts. As the evening hours approached, fire department reported 20 rescue calls, one person in critical condition. The person in critical condition was a 60-year-old man pulled from the water by bystanders near the Southtown area before being taken to a local hospital. The flooding also reached the campus of the University of Alabama at Birmingham, as local resident Andy Raines caught on his phone during the afternoon hours the Emergency Management Division, noting that students were being advised to be weather aware, do not drive through standing water. Multiple road closures were reported on the campus there. Well, as we look at the current radar scene, it's high and dry. Alabama across the board. Not a drop of rain falling. Pretty much the all clear as well through most of Georgia, maybe a few showers over the Georgia-South Carolina line. But there we do have some pockets of some heavier rains and thunderstorm activity, pockets of heavy rain right through the heart of South Carolina. Looking at a cluster of torrential downpours just to the north of Charleston. Then a big blotch of widespread rain, primarily just east of Columbia, South Carolina, enveloping much of the central portions of the state. Then you'll find other areas of spotty showers and thunderstorms. Then we move on up into North Carolina, the eastern portions, say just east of Greenville and just east of Jacksonville, North Carolina, on over to the coast. A lot of rain, not quite as heavy as what we're seeing in South Carolina. Then another cluster of pretty heavy rain right up through the heart of Virginia tonight. It's raining from Harrisonburg to Charlottesville. South of Charlottesville, you really get into heavy rains all the way down to the North Carolina line. Looks like the heaviest rain now just to the east of Roanoke, Virginia. Meanwhile, elsewhere around the country, we zoom out for the bigger picture. You have to step out west, where our next storm is coming together. How about Denver? No stranger to wild fluctuations in temperatures from one day to the next, or even 1 hour to the next. That's exactly what's happening in the city as we speak, as we prepare to pass the baton to spring. The Mile High City has already gone through both ends of the temperature spectrum through the first half of March, when they actually set a record high of 74 degrees on March 2nd, then recording a record low of 7 below zero on March the 10th, about a week later. Much of Colorado's about to take another wild ride on the temperature roller coaster. You had a balmy 70 degrees at the Denver International Airport on Tuesday, but a significant wintry blast is going to tell a much different story, which began to unfold this past day, continuing through the day Thursday. As that storm was approaching from the west to southwesterly winds, keeping the warm air in place. You saw a lot of rain this past day, but that wind direction has abruptly shifted to the north-northeast with the passage of a cold front late this past afternoon. The big change from spring-like to something more reminiscent of winter. Snow and temperature swings, not all that unusual for Denver, especially this time of year. Denver's record two-day temperature swing was 76 degrees. So as the temperatures have been dropping through the day and will continue overnight tonight, that rain mixing in, then changing to snow. Now, you've had a lot of warmth that's going to limit accumulation on the roads, but the intensity of the snowfall could still allow roads to become slushy or snow-covered at times, especially in the higher elevations outside the city. Cars, grassy areas could see 3 to 6 inches before the snow comes to an end by Thursday afternoon there. Any snow that falls will be pale in comparison to what happened around the same time last year. As we look back, there was a huge storm that dumped 27.1 inches of snow between March the 13th and 14th. That storm actually went into the record books as one of the 5 biggest snowstorms on record for Denver. We do have the strong March sun. Temperatures getting into the lower 40s should promote some melting by later Thursday afternoon. But the snow, just a reminder, winter not technically over yet. Yeah, that's the case even though normal highs and normal lows are quickly rising at this time of the year. All right, highs in the middle to upper 50s, lows in the upper 20s. That's your typical Denver weather here in mid-March. Now, these lows definitely would be cold enough to support snow, but the highs, means any snow probably doesn't stick around too long. Within, many cases, 24 hours, it's gone. So following the snow tonight and through the first half of the day Thursday, that weather roller coaster will be on its way up again. By Friday, you should be back near 50 degrees, then well into the 50s on Saturday. By the end of the weekend, highs return to the middle 60s. So actually swinging a little bit above normal. Now, although Sunday is the first day of spring, Mother Nature is not going to follow the calendar. Forecasters at AccuWeather tell us a significant storm is expected to develop in the Texas Panhandle starting next Monday that will again produce rain that could eventually change over to snow. The storm system will allow winter to briefly step back into the spotlight before temperatures begin to rise later in the week, next week. There's going to be a swath of snow falling on the northern tier of that storm system. Again, just a reminder that Old Man Winter just not quite done yet. One more snowfall across portions of the central states before winter officially ends. I'll give you more on that coming up here. Meanwhile, what are we looking at here on a Thursday morning? Hope your week's going well. You can almost begin to see the weekend on the horizon here. Copy in the mail, Chevy Guy, first out of the box. Captain Ron checking in. He's the one who said, is that a full moon tonight? You got clear skies, 64 degrees in Gainesville, Florida tonight. We're exactly 10 degrees cooler outside the secret bunker in southwest Ohio, Captain Ron. I'm looking at 54 degrees. Hello to Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe out there. Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler on board. Morning, Steve. We've got 52 degrees in southwest Missouri. Did you know that there's different ways to make the bed and dust the shelves? I've got 3 weeks left till I'm back out there trucking. Doing a little spring cleaning at the compound. Is that what you're saying? Anyway, shout out to the Carolina Monkey Gouger from deep inside the Weiss compound tonight. There's Spartacus checking in. Got the windows down, southbound, out of the bright lights. And never forget, let's go, Brandon. Hello to Shorty. Morning to Heat Wave. Checking in from Laramie, Wyoming. Headed towards, that's SLC or Portland. Little snowy right now. Howdy, says Todd. Santa Claus, top of the morning. Sitting here at the BX on base at Davis-Monthan Air Force Base in Tucson, where we've got 68 degrees tonight. John checks in from Grand Rapids, Michigan. 49 degrees, kind of warm for up here right now. Everybody be safe out there. Eskimo Mom loving this weather. There's Marianne checking in. Deborah, morning, Steve, and all those out there working tonight. It's a nice start to St. Patrick's Day here in Indiana. That's right. I forgot about that. Yeah, welcome into St. Are we supposed to be drinking green beer? Is that what that means? Put some food dye in your blats there, Moose. St. Patty's Day. Everybody, be careful out there. Stay safe, especially my special driver. Zorro, good morning. Everybody have fun at the truck show. There's Buckeye Boy checking in from Santa Fe, New Mexico. We've got 51 degrees. Got my delivery off this evening. May have to go back tomorrow to get the empty cases and the equipment that they're not using due to not much storage on site. I don't mind doing that as it gives me something to do since I'm going to be here till Sunday anyway. Anyway, have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Hired Gun. Good morning, everybody. Have to get a nap and be back up at 4 a.m. Somebody thinks I should be doing something. I don't agree, but I need the money. All right, so you got to do some driving there. Get your nap in before you hit the road and be safe out there. Hello to Gordon, our country bumpkin checking in from Beaver, Missouri, 57 degrees. Be safe out there. Overnight drive. Nation, God bless the Rambler. Yeah, Scott, happy St. Patty's Day. Drink that green beer today. I'm rolling out of Maumee, Ohio. Beautiful night, 53 degrees with clear skies. Everybody truck safe. That's Scooter. Okay. Table scraps. Hey, Steve, I sent you an email. We're talking about wanting to do some advertising on your program. Let's get this done. Let's see. I heard Kevin Rutherford throw you some love on his show this past day on the TNC app. Yes, I got 11 a.m. That's his start time each day, starting yesterday. Yeah, 11 till noon on TNCradio.live. All right, morning. Let's see. Jeff said being held hostage in Grove City for one car that nobody can find the keys for at German Honda in Beaver Creek. I get to burn more fuel going back in the morning trying to get that. They got to find the keys to the car, in other words. Wow. Hello, Pappy. Happy Thursday, all the listeners out there. First night out with no long johns on, Steve. We got 50 here in the Queen City. Hammer down, everybody. Be safe out there. Yes. Pack those long johns away. I think with our last blast that we had last week in there, that little snow we got Friday into Saturday, I think we should be done with winter. All right. Let's hope. Steve says a little warmer this evening in Lamar's, got 50 degrees. Buster Ground. Thanks, Steve. Yeah, let's see. And yes, did Kevin Rutherford get canceled out? Yeah, here's the scoop. Kevin had been on Sirius XM for, I don't know how many years and years and years. Yeah, there was a story that, we shared on this program. I'm trying to remember what it was about. It was about some, I can't remember exactly what the representative has said. I think it was the deal when the convoy was first getting underway, if memory serves, kind of alluding to we should shut them all down and impound their trucks, kind of like they did up there in Ottawa. Kevin just off the wall just made a comment, something about that guy should be shot, something like that. It's like, you're inciting violence. You get the axe out the door. So that his job ended just like that. Boom. Just making just an off-the-cuff remark. I mean, he didn't literally say, somebody go out there and kill that guy. But you got to be careful what you say. It's kind of like where you can't even joke. You can't be kidding around about doing something, assassinating a president or something like that. You just can't do those kind of things in the broadcast biz. All right, there you go. Look at it, 21 past the hour. Get to some of our other listening friends checking in here coming up around the country. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest, and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example, stiction. Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
So I'm looking here at a story about the People's Convoy this past day. And kind of going back, when they were making their rounds on Tuesday, I recall that Metro Police were blocking off exit ramps all over the place and actually creating more problems than were necessary. I don't know, alluding to, I guess they got wind that, hey, the convoy's going to try to come into D.C. direct. And I'm not exactly sure what's going on with the communication, but again, this past day, I'm looking at the story. The so-called People's Convoy trucker protest again, mostly lifted protesting health restrictions, made the afternoon commute especially difficult Wednesday. Traffic control operations shut down several exits and forced detours around the 14th Street Bridge as the convoy made their way out of D.C., but it left behind significant delays on the Southeast-Southwest Freeway, according to WTOP, the traffic center. That's the local affiliate, right? I said it's a very, very slow go. Even though most of the exit ramps are open, along with all the travel lanes between 11th and 14th, the bridges, about 3:30 in the afternoon, about a dozen trucks were stopped at an incident in the center lanes on the 14th Street Bridge for about 20 minutes. Amidst those traffic control operations, they did say a heavy police response involving dozens of officers held all traffic on I-395 near the convoy as it neared the Case Bridge and the 12th Street Expressway. These stoppages, the traffic control and ramp closures, led to the ripple effects of traffic behind previous groups, to where we saw big-time delays on the Southeast-Southwest Freeway and in downtown areas in and around the National Mall. As late as 5:45 in the afternoon, traffic was still much slower than usual on some routes from Georgetown to Federal Triangle and on I-395. I was actually tuned in to, I think it was Trucker G, sharing his live stream like he does every day. Maybe High Pressure Pumpkin can give us the latest on that, but he was, obviously the dash cam, and they're kind of narrating as they go along, and they'll share questions that are coming to them via the Facebook Live and whatnot. But he said, you see all these exit ramps that they've got blocked off, closed, and obviously people that are anticipating exiting the freeway find themselves stuck in the exit lane and then honking their horns, pissed off that they can't get off. And it really does appear that the law enforcement is creating more problems than the convoy itself ever intended to do, but kind of crazy. All right, it is 844-844-3388. What's on your mind as we roll into a Thursday morning? I kind of figured we'd be seeing these kind of stories under our industry headlines. I've been mentioning over the past week, as the prices continue to rise at the pump, the gasoline has become like liquid gold, right? People willing to go to extremes to steal it, whether it's drilling a hole in your vehicle's tank, siphoning from your big truck. Here's the first report I've seen of a family-owned gas station in Texas. Realized they were robbed of over 1,000 gallons of diesel fuel by thieves who used a trapdoor. The manager of the Fuca Express gas station in southwest Houston tells USA Today he spotted a 360-gallon diesel fuel discrepancy. After noticing it again the next day, he went back to the camera footage and found a pair of minivans that had been suspiciously parked over the inlets for the station's tanks. After checking the camera, he noticed a van driving over the container lids, but no one gets out of the vehicle. They have a trapdoor inside the vehicle. It's crazy. They've got another man inside to open our fuel tank, stick a hose in there. Now, on the fourth attempt, we were able to chase the van away. Now, I didn't want to just let him hit us again and lose another $1,200, $1,300. Hey, we're a family-owned business, so every penny counts around here. In total, he said the business lost between $5,000 and $6,000 worth of fuel. Houston police tells USA Today they're investigating the incident, obviously going to go through the camera footage, see if they can identify the van. They did find 2 reports of similar gas thefts in the area in recent months. Not known if they're related and no other information available. So I guess the little mom and pop store said they're checking with their insurance company to see if those thefts might actually be covered. But the thieves are out there at $6 a gallon. Yep. Oh, and by the way, if you might be tempted, apparently some drivers are being tempted if you can get your hands on the red dye, the diesel fuel that's for off-road use only. I saw a report, Montana, they're doing spot checks, pulling trucks over, looking to see, are you using the off-road diesel fuel? Some are resorting, whatever they can do to try to save a few bucks, right? All right, get to your calls coming up at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
FEMA has helped with funerals for people who died from COVID. Tim Berg has the report.
FEMA announced on Tuesday that its funeral assistance program has reimbursed more than $2 billion in funeral costs for more than 300,000 families of COVID-19 victims. The COVID-19 Funeral Assistance Program provides up to $9,000 per funeral and covers COVID-related deaths since January 20, 2020. The average amount awarded per death is $6,500.
American officials at the U.S. southern border are allowing Ukrainians fleeing the Russian invasion to stay in the U.S. for 1 year without fear of deportation. Several Ukrainians told Reuters they passed through a checkpoint in Mexico and received permission to remain in the country until 2023. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Have you or someone you know used heartburn medications Zantac or ranitidine and been diagnosed with cancer? Zantac and ranitidine have been positively linked to cancer. According to the FDA, Zantac and ranitidine contain NDMA, a known cancer-causing agent. NDMA has been positively linked to cancers of the bladder, pancreas, esophagus, liver, and stomach. Even in single doses and in smaller doses over time, NDMA is one of the strongest proven cancer-causing agents. Call 888-960-1233 or go to ZantacMoney.com. You may be entitled to substantial compensation without going to court if you or a loved one have taken these products in the past 10 years and been diagnosed with cancer. Call now to see if you qualify for free. Call 888-960-1233 or visit ZantacMoney.com to get what may be owed to you. You may be entitled to a cash reward. Find out now at ZantacMoney.com or call 888-960-1233 to see if you qualify for free.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, couple of updates to throw your way. So you just got this one from Big Sexy. I had not heard about that. A big fire at a Nestle plant in Jonesboro, Arkansas this past evening. And as of about an hour ago, I guess they're still on location. Here's what they tell us from KAIT. Emergency crews on the scene. Crews been battling a fire since about 4:30 Wednesday afternoon. Authorities have had trouble attempting to locate the cause of the fire and figuring out what's been going on. However, Miller said that there's been significant damage to a large section of the facility. Flames could not be seen from the outside of the building, but smoke and the employees standing outside the front of the building. And you could hear fire alarms going off in the area. No injuries reported. All employees made it out of the building, according to the Jonesboro website. This facility has like 785 employees, opened back in 2001. As of 10:35 p.m., that'd be Central Time, so like I said, right about an hour ago, firefighters still working the fire. And Miller said the building was a difficult building, making it difficult to find the source of the fire. All right, so again, heavy smoke seen across the area. I said firefighters would probably be on the scene for several more hours to make sure the fire is completely out. They were asking people to avoid the area. So what is that? Nestle, Big Sexy said, what do they manufacture? Yeah, Stouffer's, Lean Cuisine, DiGiorno pizzas, Tombstone pizzas, and Sweet Earth brands. So a big fire there. Now, a much larger fire this past day in Indiana. I mean, I saw the video of this one, and it was massive. We're talking a 5-alarm fire, ultimately multiple departments at a Walmart distribution center. In this case, thick black smoke could be seen from miles and miles away. The Plainfield fire chief tells reporters everyone's accounted for, including staff and emergency responders, but those massive plumes of smoke coming from the warehouse could be seen for miles. Marcus Bailey noted the fire was so large that it could be seen on radar. That's from WISH television there, I guess in Indy. You could see it on the radar. As many as 200 firefighters across the region assisting. Officials said the operation could continue for around 24 hours. People in the area had been told to stay indoors, close your doors and windows. Now, they did say after attempting to put out the fire, it grew so large that firefighters actually had to back off to take a defensive stance, just pretty much letting it burn for the most part. Now, he said he's confident it would be contained, but discouraged people from coming into the area. This facility, 1,000 employees working at the building when the fire started. They have no indication at this point what caused the blaze, but that was a massive fire. And obviously, they'll be working that through the overnight hours, trying to get hot spots and whatnot. All right, our number, 844-844-3388. What's on your mind? Hello to the Knucklebuster, first out of the box here Thursday morning.
Oh, morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Happy St. Patty's Day to you.
Yeah, thank you.
I guess everybody's Irish on St. Patrick's Day, right?
Yeah.
Well, I guess the price of chocolate and the price of everything going to go up at Walmart now since they've had a couple of fires there.
I mean, that distribution center, obviously, there's going to be, I wonder how many trucks would roll in and out of a facility. You had 1,000 employees, and I could see, rows of trucks parked outside the facility. Probably a lot of Walmart drivers out of work at this hour tonight.
Yeah, well, they'll build it back pretty quick there. Hey, Steve, them Rusky lawmakers over there, they're getting crazy, man. They got one up there. He says he wants the United States to return Alaska and a fort over there in California. Well, all I can tell them is come try to take it, and you might get more resistance than you got over there in Ukraine. What do you think?
Yeah, possibility.
Yeah. Well, it ain't good to be over in Russia anyway. One of them social media girls, she was found dead in a suitcase, but she had criticized Vladimir, but her boyfriend admitted to it. So I don't know about all that. He might have done it just because he was friends with Vladimir. I don't know. I got something for you, Von Miller, too. The future Dodge Ram engines are going to have a turbo cast directly into the head. I'll forward the link to you. He might be interested in that since he likes them Dodge pickups and messing with their transmissions there. So, well, I read that on, I don't forgot where I read it at. Might have been Facebook there. That fear, you can forget everything and run or stand up and fight for all of it there. So, I think that was a good strategy myself there. So, if that link's gone to you, let's get on with all this baloney here. And this county up in Pennsylvania, they mistakenly sent out jury summons from back in like 2012. They had some kind of computer glitch. Can you imagine the look on people's faces when they saw that? Well, that's a little outdated, ain't it?
10 years outdated. Wow.
Yeah, I know that's right. And over in Oregon, they had a crash, and this car drove off into a ravine and hit another car that was already down there in the ravine. They don't even know where it came from. So I thought that's pretty crazy. And I think Monkey Gouger's done lost his cat. They warned over there in South Carolina, a large cat is on the loose over there. So you don't reckon they're actually talking about Monkey Gouger, dude?
No, I don't think he'd be referred to as a cat.
Oh, I hear you. Well, I don't know about all that. Well, did we actually discuss Pie Day on March the 14th? I don't know. It's been a long week.
Oh, Gilligan called in about it a little bit. He'd tell you about how he said, I ate some apple pie and cherry pie, but that's the wrong kind of pie, dummy.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's back in January. Yeah, that's when that day is. Well, they done it to 62.8 trillion digits. I don't even know how in the world you would calculate that much. You'd need a big old computer to do it there.
Yep.
But there's actually a National Pie Day is a celebration of pies that occurs annually in the United States on January 23rd, and it's been that way since the mid 70s. So that's my kind of Pie Day.
Right.
This North Carolina woman, she was allowed to keep art as her license plate, but she can't put it on her truck. So they gave her the tag and then took it away from her. So I thought that, I guess too many people complained about getting farted on. Right?
Okay.
So, anyway.
Oh, boy.
Well, that's all my baloney. It's time for the mid-hour break there. So y'all have a good morning. We'll call in later on.
All right, Knuckle Buster. Thanks for sharing. Hello to Crazy Ray, West Michigan, checking in, 53 degrees at this hour. There's Norman checking in from north central Kansas, 58, kind of cloudy. Headed south, got another load of scrap tonight. I don't know where all this scrap comes from. Hello to Hoot Hoo. Happy St. Patty's Day from North Carolina. There you go. Let's see. Hello to Miss Millie. Hello, Steve, and all the listeners. Prayers, please, for my family. A family member was murdered this evening in her home. We haven't heard yet anything about what happened, except for the fact it was a homicide. Wow. All right. Prayers for Miss Millie's and her family. Everybody be safe out there. Hello to Shadow Artist. Got 55 degrees. Nice night in Brooksville, Kentucky. All right. Santa Claus said, I had to deal with temperatures in the 80s and lower 90s all day here in Arizona. Can I get an oh shucks? Yeah, I feel so bad for you, Santa Claus. Hello to the sex maniac on board this morning. There's Raymond listening in from Tennessee. See, Steve, where do we get tickets And how much are they again for the tractor pulls there in Louisville? All right, the tickets are $25. I do know that. And if you'll just go to the Mid-America Truck Show website, truckingshow.com, I believe you click on events, you scroll down, you'll find it's through Ticketmaster. It's kind of weird because I actually went to the Ticketmaster website straight, ticketmaster.com, and I couldn't find them. But they've got a link there, again, from the website truckingshow.com that does take you to Ticketmaster, and again, $25 a pop. So there you go. 007 checking in from the Love's truck stop in Guthrie, Oklahoma tonight. Hello to the Rambler. Well, praise God. Hello, Overnight Drive Nation. Rambler checking in saying, Happy St. Patrick's Day, God's children. Now remember, just because it's St. Patty's Day doesn't give anyone an excuse to mess with the devil's lettuce, drinking green beer, and dancing around naked, all right? Please abstain from that. He said, I'm just joking, by the way. Anyway, I'll call in later and check in. Until then, God's children, stay safe out there. All right, we'll look forward to hearing from you, Rambler. You do the same. Be safe. Let's see. Hello, Fawn checking in. Says, hello, my daddy is Sex Maniac, who's part of the cartoon characters. All right. Good to have you with us, Fawn. There's Mr. Q on board, listening in tonight. All right, plenty of room for you. Lines available at 844-844-3388. We return in 2 here, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, somebody remind me to not forget to mention our giveaway there at the Mid-America Truck Show later on this morning. I know I touched on it last evening. I think it was between like 2 and 3 a.m. Got a message from, what's his name, Mike Brunetti with Ostrom Seating. He said, hey, I gave you the green light for the giveaway, the seat giveaway at the truck show. I tuned in at 3 a.m. and listened till 5 a.m. I didn't hear a peep about it. Maybe I'm not mentioning it often enough, but yes, well, we have been talking about it for a week or so now, but yeah, for those who cannot make it to the show there in Louisville, You can register right now at overnightdriveradio.com. Click on contests and register for the Bostrom Wide Ride Serta seat. I'll be giving that away to one lucky listener there. We'll have 2 other seats. All 3 of the seats will actually be in our booth. I think we're going to be sitting in those as we're doing our live broadcast thing from Louisville. But when you show up there, make sure you stop by our booth to register for the other seats we'll be giving away. Let me break down. Let's see. He's got the full breakdown. The Wide Ride Serta, the seat that redefines premium seating in the trucking industry, as they've partnered with Serta, America's leading mattress company, to develop the most comfortable truck seat on the market today. We've integrated Serta's Cool Action Gel Memory Foam with our newest truck seat technology. Better than standard memory foam, the Cool Action Gel provides 2 times the support and 7 times the cooling ability, kind of wicking heat away rather than trapping it near your body. There's 2 climate options that are also available, a seat heater and a heat and ventilation in the leather-only version to keep you comfortable all year round. Now, this one that we're giving away is going to be the leather version. See here, it's the black ultra leather for the one we'll be giving away. Then we'll have the Pro Ride. The Pro Ride, superior comfort for professional drivers. According to the write-up, the Pro Ride's combination of ergonomic cushions and flex support, reducing discomfort and fatigue, which means more uptime for you. Pro Ride's 2-piece cushion and back provide easy access to maintain your seat. With its wider suspension footprint, the Pro Ride absorbs more road vibration, reducing body stress and exhaustion from that long day. All right, the long 16-inch adjustable arms with adjustable wheels gives you strong arm support for all-day comfort. That's the Pro Ride, and that'll be given away to one of our attendees there at the show in Louisville. And lastly, from National Seating, we have one of the Corsair seats. The Corsair provides a competitive mix of premium features at a mid-range price, built on the ultra-reliable 95 suspension. The Corsair aligns well with the needs of fleet customers, but can be configured to suit the needs of a number of different customers. If you're concerned about money, value-conscious buyers would be pleased that the triple-chamber air lumbar, the contoured cushion, a 6-way cushion adjustment, so some of the features there of the Corsair. I don't have the price points on the Corsair or the Pro Ride. I know the Wide Ride, the Ride Wide Plus Serta is like an $1,800 value. So there you go. Again, overnightdriveradio.com. Click on contests right now. Hey, good morning to Eagle this morning. What's happening tonight?
Okay, yeah, I'm doing all right. First of all, Steve, before I get to the Russia situation, I want to talk about something that happened in Texas. I don't know if you said anything about it, but they had a real bad accident yesterday in West Texas, close to Lubbock, Texas. Let's see, seven college golfers. They were on a golf team. 7 of them. They were young, 21, 22 years old. They was on a bus that was traveling back to New Mexico or something, and somebody, a four-wheeler in a pickup truck, I don't know if he lost control or if he was intoxicated. They didn't say yet. Mm-hmm. But he went into the line of the traffic and hit a head-on collision with the bus. And all of the golfers, college team golfers, all these people were killed, all 7 of them, and 2 individuals that was in the pickup truck that was going the wrong way. They died too. So 9 people died yesterday in this accident in Texas.
Wow.
So, I want to say I feel bad for the family, because these are young kids. They're not even 25 years old, and now they're dead. What'd you say?
I said, wow, I hadn't heard about that. I'll have to get more on that story. Thank you.
Yeah. You probably can look it up. It's on the internet and everything. But it's a bad deal that these kids lost their life like that. Yeah, it just shows you, anything can happen. You could be traveling, minding your own business, going down the interstate, and somebody blow out a tire or whatever and lose control of their vehicle and run head on into you, and it could be all over in that quick. So let me get started on this deal, Steve, this president of Ukraine. Now, this guy here, he was on television today asking the United States to help him out of his situation once again. For weapons, and he still says that he wants air cover.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's playing a dangerous game. I don't mind giving the man weapons and things to help him fight his country. Fight against this against Putin. But I think the air cover is a little bit too much, because the minute that U.S. If Putin, like I said, he's looking for a reason to get something provoked. He wants the United States involved in this deal, Steve. Putin, he's just itching for the United States to make the wrong move so he can do his thing and kill even more people and try to get China involved in it. This guy here is looking to get the U.S. involved in this deal. One wrong move, and that's exactly what he wants. So if you provide an air cover for this idiot, for that country, and like I say, the U.S. or Ukrainian guy shoots down one of those Russian jets, then that's Putin. And he said, okay, well, that's a declaration of war. You shot down one of my planes, and that's exactly what Putin wants to happen. So he can really have an excuse to start killing people. So like I say, it's a dangerous situation right now, Steve. This all could have been avoided if Joe Biden would have, when he stepped into the White House 2 years ago, if he'd have put his foot down with Putin and let it be known, because this ain't nothing. Putin has been letting it be known that he wanted to get into Ukraine for a long time. Joe Biden, he should have put his foot down like Trump did a long time ago, and we wouldn't even be talking about this situation. But Biden kept twiddling his fingers and thumbs, and Putin decided to go ahead and make his move. And now, like I say, all the sanctions, the sanctions, they're affecting Putin. Yeah, he's running short on money, but he's still not pulling his people out. And like I said, his military, he claimed that he wants some Chinese to help him out. And like I said, China, you already see now, Steve, if anybody out there listening to me tonight, if anybody had any doubts about China being friends with the United States, you got your answer. China is not the friend of the United States, never has been, and never will be. Just in case people didn't know that.
Yeah, China's trying to play both sides of the fence right now, obviously. Yes, they're looking to help Russia, but they're going to have to be really, really careful. I did tune into Zelensky's address to Congress this past morning. Congress offered like 3 standing ovations for the guy. But in his plea with Congress, he actually invoked Pearl Harbor, 1941. He invoked September 11 of 2001, what we dealt with in this country, and kind of made it akin to that. That's what we are dealing with here. You know what it felt like. And we pleading for help. Yeah, he did, again, request a no-fly zone over Ukraine. But at the same time, he then at one point he played an actual video, a little video segment that really, you talk about pulling on the heartstrings. It definitely would bring a tear to your eye to see what the people are dealing with there. But yeah, hold that thought, and I'll come back, and lots to cover here. But we got to get our news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Ukraine's president did not mince words on Wednesday in his address to Congress and President Joe Biden.
Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky made a historic virtual address to Congress, pleading with the United States to help stop Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and directly in English called out President Joe Biden.
You are the leader of the nation. I wish you to be the leader of the world. Being the leader of the world means to be the leader of peace.
Zelensky also touched the hearts of Congress and Americans who watched on television by playing a 3-minute video of the violence and bloodshed in Ukraine with a message to close the skies over Ukraine. From the USA Radio News Washington Bureau, I'm John Hunt.
And the Federal Reserve raised interest rates a 1/4 point on Wednesday to curb the worst inflation in 40 years. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Wayne Alaroot, and I want to tell you a real story. A husband and wife were driving home from dinner. While stopped at a light, they were suddenly surrounded by an angry mob, and the mob forced open the driver's side door, attempting to drag the husband from the car. But he reached for his Hero 2020 non-lethal weapon. He shot his attacker twice in the chest, unleashing a powerful chemical pepper irritant, forcing the attackers to back off, and the couple escaped safely. No bullets were fired, no lives were lost. I know how training and preparedness makes the difference. I've seen and reviewed many guns and self-defense products, and the Hero 2020 is one of the easiest to use, carry, and conceal. Plus, it saves lives. Hero 2020 is a high-powered, award-winning, non-lethal defender. That's why I have one in each of my cars and in multiple rooms of my home and office. To order your own Hero 2020, visit Hero2020.com. Use coupon code WAR for a special discount. Hero2020.com. That's Hero2020.com. State law restrictions may apply.
Russia is on the brink of a financial obligation default. Lance Pry reports.
The economic cost of Russia's assault on Ukraine was further revealed on Wednesday as President Putin teetered on the brink of its first default on international debt since the Bolshevik Revolution. Moscow is due to pay $117 million in interest payments on a couple of dollar-dominated sovereign bonds it sold in 2013. Now, it should be noted there is a grace period, so we're really not going to know whether this is a default or not until April 15th.
An appeals court has ordered that Jussie Smollette be released from jail during the appeal of his conviction on charges he lied to police about a racist and homophobic attack. Wednesday's ruling comes 1 week after a judge sentenced Smollette to 150 days in jail. The special prosecutor's office called the most recent motion illogical. And Russian ballerina Olga Smirnova has quit the Russian company over the war in Ukraine. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Members of Congress spoke out after Ukraine's president pleaded with the West to help them push back against Russia. Representative Andrew Clyde spoke to Newsmax.
You know, Ronald Reagan, back in his era, it was peace through strength. And that's what Russia has to see. And they have to see strength from the world, or Russia's just going to continue to roll forward.
The U.S. Department of Justice reached a multi-million-dollar settlement with 16 of the 17 families whose loved ones died in the 2018 massacre at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida. They claim the FBI failed to stop the gunman even though it had received information he intended to attack. The settlement resolves 40 cases connected to the shooting for $127.5 million. Prosecutors say a man suspected of shooting 5 homeless people in Washington and New York City and killing 2 of them appeared to hold up a phone and play music after he shot one of the victims. Officials say they captured Gerald Brevard after a longtime friend identified him. The 30-year-old suspect has been held without bail on a first-degree murder charge in connection with the death of 54-year-old Morgan Holmes. And actress Sandra Bullock announced she's taking a break from the profession for now. She said she wants to be, quote, 24/7 with my babies and my family, unquote. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Everybody's ready for spring, right? Yeah, spring begins Sunday. This Sunday, 11:30 a.m. Eastern, 10:30 Central. But old man winter is looking to squeeze one more snowfall across portions of the central states before winter officially ends. Here's the breakdown. A rainstorm is likely to end with accumulating snow across a narrow corridor of the plains and the upper Midwest. Areas from central Kansas to northern Michigan between Thursday night and early Saturday. Much of the snow will melt as it falls, since the winter's going to be following days of warmth in the region. But there could still be some areas of slushy or slippery travel prior to the winter precip, that spring-like warmth. Temperatures forecast to climb in the 60s and 70s over much of the central plains and the Midwest. Highs will be in the 40s and 50s over the northern tier of the central states today, Thursday. So the storm that will eye the north-central U.S., first dipping southeast across the Rockies today. Snow over the higher elevations across much of Colorado, including outside of the mountains in Denver, which sits at about 5,000 feet above sea level, just east of the Rockies, set to pick up several inches of snow from this storm. But even as the storm pivots northeast over progressively lower elevations of the plains and the Midwest Thursday night to Friday night, snow is going to come into play. Storm is going to slowly strengthen, and as it does, it's going to be dragging down colder air from the middle layers of the atmosphere. There may also be a small, fresh injection of cold from the northern plains that may be drawn in at the last minute. Both of those factors will produce a rather narrow swath of snow and rain that becomes, rain that becomes mixed in or changing to snow from central Kansas Thursday night to northern Michigan on Friday. Now, they tell us snow intensity and accumulations are going to depend on the timing and how much strengthening the storm undergoes. For instance, if it strengthens quickly, it would then more likely bring a change to a period of heavy accumulating snow on that northern flank. Cities like Des Moines, Iowa, Madison and Green Bay, Wisconsin, Traverse City, Michigan, generally 1 to 3 inches with some locally higher amounts from this storm. Now, these cities are pacing well below average, though, in terms of winter snow. And in the event of a slight shift in the track of the storm, that could push the snow band further to the north or the south a bit. Regardless, most of the accumulating snow will be on the non-paved and elevated surfaces. But forecasters warn there may be a few exceptions. There can be some slushy and slippery travel, especially when the snow falls during the overnight hours or the start of the day. Further south and east, this system will be bringing rain from the southern plains to the Mississippi and Ohio valleys. As we head into Friday and into the weekend, flooding could still result, despite the relatively light amounts of rain forecast. A general half-inch to maybe 1 inch of rain predicted from eastern parts of Kansas and Oklahoma all the way into northern New England. Some areas may pick up to 2 inches. But the water levels are already elevated with melting snow along the northern tier, and additional runoff triggered by the rain could lead to surges and minor flooding on some of the smaller streams and rivers. Same storm is going to have pockets of severe thunderstorms from Texas and Oklahoma, stretching all the way over to Georgia and northern Florida. Another round of strong storms. Some locally heavy, gusty thunderstorms may occur as far north as the Ohio Valley on Friday. Forecasters are already monitoring the potential for a stronger storm system that may trigger a more widespread zone of severe weather and flooding across portions of the central states early next week. Continue with a pretty busy weather pattern. All right, Eskimo Mom forwarded the rest of the story Eagle was talking about. 9 dead, including 6 University of the Southwest student athletes and their coach, after the bus carrying the men's and women's golf teams involved in a head-on crash with a pickup truck Tuesday night. The New Mexico University's bus was carrying 9 passengers, including the coach, when the fiery collision happened about 8:20 in the evening. This was on a 2-lane road. Initial reports indicated at least 7 passengers on the bus were killed. 2 were in critical condition at a Lubbock hospital. The university did issue a statement. The USW campus community shocked and saddened as we mourn the loss of members of our university family. Texas Department of Public Safety later updated that 6 students and 1 faculty member were killed, along with both the driver and the passenger in the Dodge pickup truck. The sergeant says it was a tragic scene, very, very tragic. Students were traveling back to the campus in Hobbs, New Mexico, from a golf tournament at Midland College, about 315 miles west of Dallas, when the oncoming pickup truck drove into the opposite lane, striking the bus head-on. Unknown reason, like Eagle said, we're not sure. Was it impairment or something? Still learning the details about the accident, but we are devastated and deeply saddened to learn about the loss of our students and their coach. The University of Southwest, that's a private Christian college located there in Hobbs, New Mexico, near the border with Texas. So they spent the day yesterday trying to notify family members of those involved, counseling and services, religious services available on campus. So the investigation is ongoing, but what a horrific incident there. Now let me get back and let Eagle finish up his comments there. Yeah, welcome back.
Okay, yeah. I'm glad you found that story about that bus. Yeah, it's a sad deal there, but like I say, it's you 2 people. We living in some crazy times right now, Steve. Now let me get back to this president of Ukraine. First of all, I'm surprised this guy is still alive right now, Steve. As you know, Vladimir Putin, from what I've been hearing, he has a hit out on this guy. He wants to eliminate this guy. He's already captured several other so-called leaders of Ukraine's cities and towns, and Putin. So I'm surprised that he hasn't eliminated this guy. But I hope he has a lot of security, because he's definitely going to need it. The president of Ukraine. But I give a man credit though, Steve. Like I told you last night, the man, he's definitely not a coward. He didn't bail out on his people. He's hanging around Ukraine, trying to do everything he can to keep his country around. So you got to give a man credit for that. That's the way I look at his situation. But here's the deal, Steve. Vladimir Putin, this guy here is playing a very dangerous game right now. He's going in. He's shooting missiles off. He doesn't give a damn if he hits women and kids, homes, apartment buildings. This guy here is taking it a little bit too far. And just like the president of Ukraine said, he basically said that we're already in World War III. It's just that the United States and China hasn't got involved yet. But if you think about it, he might be right. We might be already in World War III, Steve. It's just a matter of whether the U.S. and China decide to join in on the game. And when that happens, then we will have some serious business to things to talk about. If, because Joe Biden, like I say, he's traveling to Poland next week, they say. We'll see what happens. Vladimir Putin, he doesn't seem like he wants to talk or negotiate at this time. He's determined that he's going to take over this country. And like I say, he's going about it the wrong way. You can't just bogart your way into a country like this. I don't know who the hell this guy thinks he is. But at some point, Steve, as much as I hate to say this, I've been trying to hold off on this for the last couple of weeks. As much as I hate to say this, I do not think that the United States should put boots on the ground, American soldiers. But at some point, we're going to have to start launching some missiles. We're going to have to start flying some planes. We're going to have to start dropping some bombs on Russia, Steve, to show Putin that he can't continue what's happening. Like I said, I don't want to see no U.S. soldiers on the ground in Ukraine. But at some point, we're going to have to start flying some planes into Russia and letting this guy know that this has to come to a stop because he's playing a game. And like I say, it's just a matter of time. He wants to go into Poland. He wants to go into other countries too. I believe that Putin wants to really get in on the whole deal. And then, like I say, when he's trying to get China involved in this situation, that makes it even worse. So at some point, Joe Biden is going to have to take a stand that the violence has to stop, that Putin is going to have to stop what he's doing because killing innocent women and kids. And like I say, here, let me ask you this question, Steve. They keep, Joe Biden said today, and a lot of people said that he has committed war crimes. Well, explain to me, can you explain to me what does that mean? And do you really think that they're going to bring Putin in for justice? Will he ever appear in court for what he has done? I highly doubt if Vladimir Putin is ever going to be prosecuted for what he's doing. What do you think about that?
It's an interesting question there, Eagle. Matter of fact, there had a story that asks exactly that question. They try to say, who is a war criminal and who decides? After Biden yesterday flatly called Vladimir Putin a war criminal. But they say declaring someone a war criminal is not as simple as just saying the words. There are set definitions and processes for determining who's a war criminal and how they should be punished. The White House had been avoiding applying that designation to Putin, saying it requires investigation and an international determination. But after Biden used the term yesterday, Jen Psaki said the president was speaking from the heart, and then renewed her statements that there's a process for making a formal determination. In popular usage, they say the phrase is kind of taken on a colloquial meaning as a generic term for someone who's awful. Clearly, Putin's a war criminal, but the president's speaking politically on this. A guy by the name of Dave Crane, who's worked on war crimes for decades, actually served as chief prosecutor for the UN Special Court for Sierra Leone, which actually tried the former Liberian president. The investigations into Putin's actions have begun. The U.S. and 44 other countries are working together to investigate possible violations and abuses after the passage of a resolution by the UN Human Rights Council to establish what they call a commission of inquiry. There's another probe by the International Criminal Court, which is an independent body based in the Netherlands. But he went on to explain, we're at the beginning of the beginning. On the day of the invasion, they set up a task force compiling criminal information for war crimes. They're also drafting an indictment against Putin. Now, he predicts an indictment of Putin would happen probably within a year, but there is no statute of limitations. They go on to try to explain who is a war criminal, what specific crimes makes someone a war criminal. Then what are the paths to justice? Yeah, where ultimately would Putin be put on trial? It's not clear. Russia doesn't recognize the jurisdiction of the International Criminal Court and would not send any suspects to the court's headquarters in The Hague. The United States does not recognize the authority of the court either. Yeah, Putin could be tried in a country chosen by the United Nations or by the consortium of concerned nations, but getting him, how do you get him there? He's not going to volunteer. Hey, here's your subpoena. Vladimir, we expect you to appear on this date, right? So I guess, technically speaking, it's just a lot of talk right now. But hope that answers your question in part. We got to get a quick break back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here. Jump on in at 844-3388. Again, I stayed up to tune into Zelensky addressing Congress this past day. Most of the address used an interpreter, but toward the end, Zelensky was actually addressing them in English. Now, Zelensky was greeted with at least 3 standing ovations, as I mentioned, from the audience, the lawmakers there. He asked us to implement a no-fly zone. This is a terror that Europe has not seen for 80 years. And we're asking for a reply, he says, for an answer to this terror. Yeah, we want an answer from the whole world, as he referred to it. Now, the premise of a no-fly zone, lawmakers are still very hesitant to want to go that direction. But he said, is this a lot to ask for to create a no-fly zone to save people? Is this too much to ask? Now, he also acknowledged Western leaders have resisted the idea because it will require NATO to take over the air and shoot down enemies to protect civilians on the ground. It repeatedly rejected because it would trigger World War III, literally. If this is too much to ask, he went on to say, we offer an alternative that included additional weapons and humanitarian support beyond what's already been granted, as well as even tougher sanctions on Russia and leading Russian supporters of that country's president. Constantly, every week, until the Russian military machine stops, restrictions are needed for everyone on whom this unjust regime is based, he says. He also urged Congress to get companies in their legislative districts to leave the Russian market because it's flooded with our blood. I call on you to do more, he says. Now, referring to President Biden by name, he said he wanted his American counterpart to lead the world, not just the U.S., in the face of Russia's aggression. Being the leader of the world means to be the leader of peace. Now, Biden expected to announce hundreds of millions in additional aid, which he did. I thought Biden was going to speak shortly after Zelensky. Hell, it was like 1 o'clock in the afternoon before Biden ever took to the podium, and I kind of gave up on it, said, all right, I'm going to hit the hay. All right. And with that, what are we looking at? News break time, bottom of the hour. Get back to your calls just ahead at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky warned that World War III may have already started when Russian troops invaded his country. He also said, quote, civilization is at stake, unquote, during an American TV interview hours after addressing Congress on Wednesday. The United Nations Children's Fund announced that more than 1.5 million children have fled Ukraine since the war began. A judge in Honduras has ruled that former President Juan Orlando Hernandez should be extradited to the U.S. to face drug trafficking and weapons charges. Wednesday's decision can be appealed. Hernandez maintains that statements against him have been made by drug traffickers extradited by his government who wanted to seek revenge. He's denied any ties to drug traffickers. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Did you know most vitamin supplements don't even come from food? Even the products with colorful fruits and vegetables adorning the labels are seldom derived from produce. Typically, supplements are synthetic, made in a laboratory. Modern science may synthetically imitate these chemicals, but your body isn't fooled. It knows the difference, and it craves quality materials to build, repair, and fight illness. You need to consume fruits and vegetables daily in a variety of colors, as well as whole grains and other fresh food. That's why I formulated Balance of Nature. I wanted to be able to give my patients a natural alternative to the cheap, unnatural chemistry by giving them real fruits and vegetables. In fact, the only ingredients inside a Balance of Nature are whole fruits and vegetables. Don't settle for imitation nutrition. Reach for the good stuff, the real stuff.
Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com. Get 35% off your first preferred order by using discount code USA.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28. Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, get some of our industry headlines here. First, let me see who else we got checking in here. There's Lee checking in from Kalamazoo, Michigan. Good morning, 52 degrees. Gilligan on board. Morning, Steve, and the fellow listeners. Kind of rainy, 46 degrees here in Whiteville, Virginia tonight. Everybody keep it shiny side up. There's Donovan, Ramblers, younger. Donovan just checking in. Morning, Donovan. Aldo de Bidu this morning. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Shorty says, I shot you about 6 stories. Yeah, I got those earlier. I think I printed up a handful of those. Thanks for helping do some research for me, right? Donovan said, did you hear about Stone Cold Steve Austin versus Kevin Owens on WrestleMania? Now, I don't really keep up a whole lot on the wrestling side of things. WrestleMania, I guess that's a big matchup, right? Stone Cold. All right, hello to the Michigan Madman. Let's see, just getting out of work. Yeah, time for some green Jim Beam. That'll go down smooth, right? All right, industry headlines. Let me Flip over here. Montana, the DOT announcing, letting you know officers are going to be conducting spot checks for the misuse of your dyed diesel fuel, your off-road, as part of the Montana Department of Transportation efforts to curb fuel tax evasion and raise awareness. MCS officers will be conducting spot checks at locations in western Montana throughout the coming week. Penalties for misuse of dyed diesel. First offense, up to $1,000 civil penalty. Second offense, up to $5,000 civil penalty. Third and subsequent offenses, criminal penalty, minimum fine, $535 to a maximum $1,000, or by imprisonment for not less than 30 days or more than 6 months, or both. When you fill your vehicle with undyed fuel at the pump, state and federal taxes are included in the cost. Those taxes are used to fund construction and maintenance of Montana's public roads. Dyed diesel is fuel that's not been taxed. It is intended for off-road use only. Using untaxed fuel in a licensed vehicle violates state law and reduces money available to build and maintain our state highways. Montana law requires the use of dyed diesel decals on retail pumps containing dyed diesel fuel, and this law is enforced. Any questions? Contact the Montana DOT. All right, then also, let me see, I believe out of, is that Colorado, drivers who illegally use the I-70 Mountain Express lanes will be facing new fines and camera enforcement starting this summer. The announcement this week from the governor, where he signed into law the House bill that allows officials to crack down on passenger and commercial vehicle drivers who unlawfully use the 13-mile length of the I-70 Mountain Express lanes running from Empire at mile marker 230 through the Veterans Memorial Tunnels to Idaho Springs. Enforcement begins August of this year. Now, what's that mean? The new law will allow the Colorado DOT to use camera technology to identify and find drivers using the I-70 Mountain Express lanes illegally. Any motor vehicle with more than 2 axles, or that is 25 feet in length or longer, is never permitted to use the I-70 Mountain Express lanes. Passenger vehicle drivers caught using the express lanes when they're closed will also be fined. When the lanes are open, the DOT will use the camera technology to toll drivers. We will issue fines up to $250 through the mail. So they opened the eastbound I-70 Mountain Express lanes in 2015 and the westbound lanes in 2021. Law requires that the lanes only open approximately 100 days per year when the highway experiences the highest traffic congestion, holidays and weekends primarily. That 100-day rule was put in place because the lanes were created using the existing roadway rather than widening the road, making the lanes more narrow than a traditional interstate. Because of the narrow lanes, the DOT and federal regulators agreed to only open the lanes a certain number of hours each year. When the lanes are closed, they function essentially just as a wide shoulder. They do have highway signs to inform drivers when the lanes are open, but state officials said about 50,000 drivers used the express lanes illegally in the year 2020. They say it's a safety hazard, but all right, so that's going to be beginning to be enforced coming up this August. And back to the calls. Let's check in with the Cadillac man. What's happening this morning?
Hey, Steve. Good morning. I got a couple of things for you. Gas prices, it seems like it's a possibility there's a little relief coming at the pump. in Ohio on Interstate 75 northbound in Sydney. Diesel was $4.74 a gallon cash, $4.78 credit. But I noticed on the travels from Dayton to Sydney, it varied per gallon, $5.30 a gallon, and the cheapest was at $4.74. So it's a possibility there's a little relief coming for the diesel. The other thing is, too, I noticed tonight, too, as the weather's getting warmer in Ohio, the motorcycles are out. So we got to be aware of those motorcycles. I had a couple of them pass me on Interstate 75 tonight. So, 1 second you can look in your mirrors and be nothing, and 1 second they're there.
Yep.
So the motorcycles are out. Yep. The other thing I noticed, too, on 75, boy, the Smokies are hot and heavy tonight. From Dayton, Ohio, 75, just to Bell Fountain, up to St. Mary's, there was 8 I passed. So there's quite a few out tonight.
Okay.
Can you give me a little bit of information on that trucking show over in Indiana coming up?
Now, which one would that be? That's we've got the Mid-America Truck Show next week. That's Louisville, Kentucky. Is that the one you're referring to?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Are they going to have show trucks there, or is it just all manufacturing products?
Oh, no, they've got the big Pride and Polish, I guess. Is that what they call it? The Paul K. Young Truck Beauty Championships. Yeah, look, they've got everything there.
Okay. And it's a Thursday, Friday, and Saturday of next week. Is that what it is?
That is correct. 24th through the 26th at the Expo Center there, right, in Louisville.
Okay. And it's like $20 to get in. Is that what it is?
For years and years it was $10. I don't know that the numbers have changed. I have not actually seen that. It may have gone up because it's been 3 years since the show actually transpired. But if it was $10, would always get you a badge for all 3 days. Again, I'm not sure if it's 10 or 20, but yeah, just a one-time fee for all 3 days.
All right. Well, I appreciate that, Steve. That's all I got tonight.
Thank you very much. Let me see. If you go to that website, by the way, truckingshow.com, I'm looking here. The website still shows attendee registration. I think you can register online and I guess just like download. It would have like the barcode thing that you would scan when you go into the convention center. All right, but yeah, all kinds of information there at their website, truckingshow.com. See if I can find the numbers. All right, every Mid-America Truck Show attendee must register online or on-site. Yeah, badges will not be mailed. You get your confirmation email to the show, and then you receive your badge when you get there. Registration is $10 as of March 1st, and will increase to $20, today, March the 17th. So all the pre-registration as of the 1st of March. I mean, prior to March 1, I think it was just free to register. So $10 now goes to $20 today. So there's the answer. Yes, it's going to cost you $20 to get in if you just show up Thursday, Friday, or Saturday. All right. Get back to your calls ahead. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest, and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, a little bit of everything. Exhibitors, anything that has anything to do with trucking and so much more, you name it, it'll be on display. Some of the highlights they point out, the Paul K. Young Light Show, all the show trucks. Yeah, they say it's a spectacle like no other. The competitors light up tonight with a wide array of color displays on their custom trucks. Now that's out where the Pride and Polish, the Truck Beauty Championship, Thursday evening, first night from 8 till 9:30. All right, then when the show all wraps up there, they have a little parade around the lot as we watch the competitors line up to take a victory lap around the Expo Center. And it looks like, what is that? It's supposed to be Sunday morning, weather permitting. Seems like I remember they've always done it on Saturday night because they'll all be going around honking the horns. As far as the show trucks, award ceremony, custom trucks have been judged. Time to celebrate those works of art and crown the winners. All attendees can attend the awards ceremony where the winners of each class are announced. The best of show, the People's Choice, all the other awards, that takes place at 10 o'clock Saturday morning. You got the trucks on display, of course, all 3 days, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Awards divvied out on Saturday morning. Yes, they were some of the most beautiful trucks will all be on display there. Now, let's see what's going on with the heat wave this morning. Welcome back.
Good morning, senor. Yeah, it's kind of a hodgepodge mix of weather out here. It was south on 287 there, south of Laramie. They had snow covered on the road, and they had the plows out. Down in, what the hell is that? Somewhere down there in Colorado, it was just raining. And once we got out of Laramie, the roads became dry with an occasional snowflake hitting down. So we're heading westbound. And they've got their salt shakers and plows at the ready. And like Cadillac guy was talking about, man, them bears are thicker than fleas on a dog out here as well. In fact, I think one of them was pulling over a yellow truck. For what reason? I don't know. But, yeah, they're out here. So anybody on 80 here in Wyoming, you've been warned. How many days was it after Germany invaded Poland that they decide that was World War III?
Right?
I mean, you have a much larger country, as Kamala Harris says, going into a smaller country, and that just isn't right. Well, I mean, really, that's an invasion of a smaller country. We've got treaties, we've got agreements, and why Biden will not allow for the MiGs to be transferred from Poland to the Ukrainians is still beyond me. If Trump pulled that same crap, you know what we would be hearing? Oh, Trump's in the pocket of the Russians. He doesn't care about people. He's just enriching himself. He doesn't care about people. Well, Biden's done this, and all you hear is crickets. And we know he's in the pocket of the Ruskies. He's in the pockets of the Chinese. Maybe that's what he doesn't want to have happen. He don't want to have the Chinese all mad and upset with him. Well, it seems like he ought to be more worried about us out here being ticked off with him and his party. I mean, here they are. They care more about the Ukraine situation with the Russians coming over the Ukrainian border, and they leave our ass hanging out here on the Southwest and the Rio Grande Valley. I mean, seriously, does that make any sense to any rational, sane, thinking person? I don't know.
No, the answer is no. No.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, maybe minister thinks that's probably the right thing to do. Just leave it open. That's all they are. They just want to make a better life for themselves. Well, there is a way to come over legally. And if we have to put up a wall like a dam on a river to pull that water in one place and let it flow at a regulated speed, then damn it, that's what we need to do, because that is an absolute smack in the face and spit in the eye of those who have gone here and done it legally to become citizens of this great country. So, it absolutely boggles the mind. Well, did you happen to take a glance at your page earlier this evening and see the picture? They got some poor soul all bent out of shape.
I didn't.
It was a cartoon.
I did not see the picture. I saw. Would you get thrown in Facebook jail for it or something? Or
no, apparently it was deemed went against community standards.
Okay.
And I'll describe it for those who haven't seen it on your page yet. It is a husband and wife. The wife is outside with the door open, gasping for air. The husband is sitting on a couch, and the dog says, "Hey, man, this is the last time I'm going to cover for you on this." And the thing above it says, when a family eats Mexican food and the dog has to cover for the husband. I mean, it's pretty damn funny. I mean, everyone associates eating spicy Mexican food with having gas.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just a constant, And it's like, it was funny, but it was deemed, going against.
So they said you were, I guess you were making fun of Mexicans. Is that what they tried to make it sound like?
I don't know. It probably. I mean, if a damn cartoon will, hurt your feelings, you really need to get a job or do something else. That's just it. So I don't know if it was because, if they say something that I posted went against community standards, they would have me suspended for 24 hours, 7 days, a month, whatever. But they didn't suspend me. So I'm wondering if that was their way of warning, or if that was a way of they're trying to police up something that originated from the source, which was a group that deals with how to train your dog to poop outside or something to that effect. I don't know. But, I would like to know how many days after Germany invaded Poland did they finally decide, you know what, this is World War II. Because we shouldn't have to wait that long. I mean, communications are much faster. we're seeing this in real time. Just like Joe going over there to Belgium to talk to NATO saying, hey, this is wrong. Where's the vanilla ice cream at? Vladimir Zelensky is talking to the wrong person for being in charge, in command, being a leader. He's just like Kamala Harris. Both of them have no balls, and both of them are just clueless on what leadership truly is for the betterment of this country and the betterment of the world.
Mm-hmm.
So, other than that, what's been going on in your world?
Not a whole lot. Just, like I said, just kind of counting down to the big show next Thursday.
Now, when you say you're going to be live, are you actually going to be live? Live.
Or
we can call in, or is it just?
Well, we're going to be.
So we can actually call in, or.
Cat Mom asked that question. She sent me a message. I don't know for certain if we're actually going to have the whole call-in availability. I mean, Josh tells me they're getting things pretty much set up identical to what we've got in the secret bunker here, an identical setup. And so if that's the case, I guess we would be able to take calls. I don't know how much time we're going to, have to take calls, though, if you know what I mean, because we're...
Yeah, with all the people coming in that you want to interview and whatnot. Right. Yeah, I understand that. Hell, it might be pretty interesting if I just shut up and listen then for 3 days. I'm sure there are some people like Ken, Eagle, Minister, would appreciate those 3 days of silence, not hearing from the heat wave at all. Well, I still don't know what got up old Ken's craw. With the few exceptions, this is not a group call in to start pounding on somebody. I mean, maybe it is, but I mean, it's just in jest. But I mean, some people just take this just being downright mean. And I hope Ken heard last night and is looking up that VA claim that he said that everyone's given 10% right off the bat. And I hope he has read that to find out that, no, that ain't exactly the case. Just because you stepped foot off that plane to the tarmac, you turned around and got back on that plane, you're not getting an automatic 10%. You got to show proof. And that takes time. And even then, it may go up to 100% depending on how much of that crap you inhaled.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's about it for me. I guess I'll let you go. So, you have yourself a good night, and I don't know. I heard rumblings about what's his name, Right Wingnut, maybe making a call later on tonight. I don't know, but whatever he has to say ought to be interesting and a little humorous, with a little bit of truth to it, anyways.
Right.
So we'll sit by and listen. Yep.
Okay. Thank you much. All right, we're up to a news update here, though. Close out hour number 2 and much more to come. Hey, you want to jump in? It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Ukraine's president did not mince words on Wednesday in his address to Congress and President Joe Biden.
Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky made a historic virtual address to Congress, pleading with the United States to help stop Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and directly in English called out President Joe Biden.
You are the leader of the nation. I wish you to be the leader of the world. Being the leader of the world means to be the leader of peace.
Zelensky also touched the hearts of Congress and Americans who watched on television by playing a 3-minute video of the violence and bloodshed in Ukraine with a message to close the skies over Ukraine. From the USA Radio News Washington Bureau, I'm John Hunt.
And the Federal Reserve raised interest rates a 1/4 point on Wednesday to curb the worst inflation in 40 years. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Wayne Alaroot, and I want to tell you a real story. A husband and wife were driving home from dinner. While stopped at a light, they were suddenly surrounded by an angry mob, and the mob forced open the driver's side door, attempting to drag the husband from the car. But he reached for his Hero 2020 non-lethal weapon. He shot his attacker twice in the chest, unleashing a powerful chemical pepper irritant, forcing the attackers to back off, and the couple escaped safely. No bullets were fired, no lives were lost. I know how training and preparedness makes the difference. I've seen and reviewed many guns and self-defense products, and the Hero 2020 is one of the easiest to use, carry, and conceal. Plus, it saves lives. Hero 2020 is a high-powered, award-winning, non-lethal defender. That's why I have one in each of my cars and in multiple rooms of my home and office. To order your own Hero 2020, visit Hero2020.com. Use coupon code WAR for a special discount. Hero2020.com. That's Hero2020.com. State law restrictions may apply.
Russia is on the brink of a financial obligation default. Lance Pry reports.
The economic cost of Russia's assault on Ukraine was further revealed on Wednesday as President Putin teetered on the brink of its first default on international debt since the Bolshevik Revolution. Moscow is due to pay $117 million in interest payments on a couple of dollar-dominated sovereign bonds it sold in 2013. Now, it should be noted there is a grace period, so we're really not going to know whether this is a default or not until April 15th.
An appeals court has ordered that Jussie Smollette be released from jail during the appeal of his conviction on charges he lied to police about a racist and homophobic attack. Wednesday's ruling comes 1 week after a judge sentenced Smollette to 150 days in jail. The special prosecutor's office called the most recent motion illogical. And Russian ballerina Olga Smirnova has quit the Russian company over the war in Ukraine. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Members of Congress spoke out after Ukraine's president pleaded with the West to help them push back against Russia. Representative Andrew Clyde spoke to Newsmax.
You know, Ronald Reagan, back in his era, it was peace through strength. And that's what Russia has to see. And they have to see strength from the world, or Russia is just going to continue to roll forward.
The U.S. Department of Justice reached a multi-million-dollar settlement with 16 of the 17 families whose loved ones died in the 2018 massacre at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida. They claim the FBI failed to stop the gunman even though it had received information he intended to attack. The settlement resolves 40 cases connected to the shooting for $127.5 million. Prosecutors say a man suspected of shooting 5 homeless people in Washington and New York City and killing 2 of them appeared to hold up a phone and play music after he shot one of the victims. Officials say they captured Gerald Brevard after a longtime friend identified him. The 30-year-old suspect has been held without bail on a first-degree murder charge in connection with the death of 54-year-old Morgan Holmes. And actress Sandra Bullock announced she's taking a break from the profession for now. She said she wants to be, quote, 24/7 with my babies and my family, unquote. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you much, and welcome back here on a Thursday morning. Yeah, it looks like a full moon, but technically full moon comes up Friday morning. What was it, 3:17 a.m.? So about 25 hours from now, technically. But it sure looks like a beautiful full moon as we speak. Got news, the CDC lowering the COVID-related travel health notice for cruise ships this past day. They took it down a notch, from high to moderate. Now the COVID level for cruise travel, which ends at level 4, aka very high, right now stands at level 2, which is moderate. Which recommends making sure travelers stay up to date with their vaccinations, get tested before and after the cruise, wear a well-fitting mask to keep your nose and mouth covered while indoors or in a crowded gathering. All right, the Cruise Line International Association said members continue to sail with some of the highest levels of mitigation. All the safety protocols unmatched in virtually any other commercial setting. As a result, the vast majority of cases that have occurred have been mild and addressed swiftly. So gradually, sounds like things getting better, back to normal with cruise operations. But then again, we're seeing some of these headlines about China with their millions of people locked down. They're saying in Hong Kong, the hospitals are overwhelmed, body bags piling up. Are we getting ready for another round? Please say it isn't so. Meanwhile, back to the calls and the Big Moose. What's going on this morning?
No, not much of nothing. Insomnia at its finest. What's up with you?
Yeah, playing radio.
Playing radio. Yeah, well, I heard that. Did you get a chance to sample some of that Milwaukee holy water?
I tried one day before yesterday, but I had already had a couple of the others. So, I mean, I think I need to... Once you've had a couple of beers, you can't even taste what a beer tastes like, right?
You done soiled your palate.
Exactly.
No, I just called... I heard you talking about that red fuel there, that old off-road tax-exempt fuel.
Yeah.
Now, I'll give you a little history lesson here. Now, this is not, make one thing clear. This is not a how-to statement. This is just a general synopsis of how things used to, carry on. Not that I've ever partaken in any of this or anybody that I know of has partaken in any of this, but what the old scoundrels used to do years ago, see, you get you a gallon of that marine grade 2-cycle oil. It's got to be the marine 2-cycle oil, not the regular stuff you put in your weed eater, but the stuff made for outboard engines. Johnson Evinrude used to make that old no ash, low ash outboard 2-cycle oil, and it had a dye in it that turn the fuel blue. Most marine oils do, but what somebody figured out is that blue dye and that 2-cycle oil would just totally wipe that red dye out of that tax-exempt fuel. So you put a gallon of that. They'd put a gallon of that outboard 2-cycle oil in 100 gallon of red diesel fuel. And 24 hours later, there wasn't nothing in there but pretty blue diesel fuel, and there wasn't a trace of red in that stuff nowhere. You could stick a tattletale stick in it from hell to breakfast, and it wouldn't even come out pink. It just disappear, So now I don't know. It'd make your truck stink a little bit, You could smell that old 2-cycle burning in it, but boy, I tell you what. There's a bunch of them suckers you see them going down the road and that old blue cloud coming out of them stacks, burning that tax-exempt fuel with that old marine 2-cycle oil in them, keep a diesel bearing the tax man off your back.
So we all learned a little something this morning. How about that?
Right. Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. You know, the only lowlifes, you know, that would cheat the government out of any money. Now, I'm going to say that right now. You got to be one sorry hack, and I'd never do anything like that. And I'm sure none of the fine people listening to this program would even consider, you know, cheating the government out of a red cent. But I'm just telling you what the scoundrels and the scallywags used to do. You know, that's how they used to. That's how the deadbeats and the crooks used to scam the government. You know. But anyway, I sitting around here staring at the walls. I figured I'd go over here to the Circle K and get me some more of them R.J. Reynolds coffin nails. I thought I'd holler at you a little bit. But tell everybody to keep a shiny side up, keep a twixt spotted and solid and all that crap. And we're looking forward to coming down to Louisville. Going to have a big time. See if we can't scare something up while we're down there.
All right. Sounds like a plan. Looking forward to it.
All right, bud. We'll see you later.
Have a good morning. Thanks for chiming in this morning, Moose. All right. Vincent posted, what was that, about 10 till the top of the hour. At Walmart's still burning in Indiana. And yeah, Gwen, you're right. She said that fire is going to be going for a while. And I'm looking at there's a whole lot of video and whatnot, photographs that have come in, the latest. I looked at they actually had the satellite, the radar loop, where you could see, on the radar, you could see the white cloud tops throughout the region, southern Indiana, through Ohio and whatnot. And when that fire broke out, it was just a massive black plume that clearly visible on the radar right in the heart of Indiana. Visible on satellite and radar. It was so severe, Plainfield police warned commuters that due to the fire, several roads are going to be closed until further notice. Police department said this section of roadway could be closed for a couple of days. Now, the Hendricks County Communication Center got a call a little before noon about a fire at the distribution center. All Points Parkway near Ronald Reagan Parkway. Firefighters were actually training nearby, and they were there 3 minutes later. Yeah, but the building was fully engulfed. I really can't hardly grasp how such a massive structure could be engulfed so quickly. Yeah, firefighters tried to battle the flames inside until 12:45, then moved to a defensive position outside. All 1,000 employees accounted for and got out safely, which was amazing there. Workers were taken to an off-site facility where the ATF and Indiana State Fire Marshal questioned them about the fire. They were then shuttled to a reunification site. It's going to be difficult to contain this, according to the deputy chief of the fire territory. If you live in neighborhoods north of this facility, I would say stay indoors, keep your windows and doors shut. Anderson echoed those statements, saying people in the path of the plume should shelter in place until further guidance is given. I guess they're monitoring the air quality. But yes, the National Weather Service posted a 3D view of the radar data, the smoke plume. And they shared a satellite loop showing the smoke visible literally via satellite imagery. Now, as far as, I'm a little bit confused, how does debris from this fire land off-site? Firefighters are telling the public do not handle any of the debris from the fire, warning that the debris can be toxic. They're showing photographs of material that's popping up on social media. It's literally debris from the distribution center fire. The chief says these can be very toxic. Do not handle it. It's a picture of somebody holding like 3 big chunks of charred something in their hand. And I'm just curious how far away from the facility, how does that happen? Not clear at this point in time what caused the fire at the 1.2 million square foot facility. So think about that for a moment. Think of the Mid-America Truck Show venue. That's 1 million square feet of space. The south wing, the west wing, the north wing. I imagine something of that magnitude burning. All right. There were nearly 200 firefighters from a dozen agencies on location this past afternoon. They were actually looking at having to scale back operations due to water concerns. For hours, crews had been pumping water and said that effort wasn't sustainable. They were looking at how to get water from other areas, including a nearby pond. They said at the time this is going to be a 24-hour operation. So again, still, apparently, according to some passing by up there, the fire is still burning in Indiana. But that was a massive blaze. Then I'm looking at photographs of, I mentioned earlier, saw some of the video with all the trucks that were lined up outside the facility. Well, you now see rows of trucks that are, half the trucks, burnt, just melted in half, gone. A lot of Walmart trucks, a lot of Schneider trucks in the mix there. A lot of devastation. All right, we'll get to Rambler. Got you coming up next into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, good to have you all along for the ride here on a Thursday morning. Hope your week's going well. How's your week going, Rambler? Good morning.
Well, good morning, Steve. Praise God, Overnight Drive Nation. And whether you're listening to us all the way in Kathmandu to Kalamazoo and all cities in between, you got Steve Sommers and the Overnight Drive right here, coming to you live from the metropolitan city of Cincinnati. Where are you at, Steve? In the secret bunker.
Secret bunker.
And I pray to God you're not partaking in Big Moose's holy. I ain't gonna call that holy water. That ain't nothing but devil's water. So don't. Yeah, I know. Praise God, brother. I'm doing wonderful, man. How art thou?
Everything going well. No complaints on this end. A comfortable 51 degrees outside the bunker here. And I think we're going to open the pool later today. Going to be like 70 degrees. How's that sound?
Hey, that sounds wonderful. You know, I tell you, it would be awesome if I was skinny, because then it would be skinny dipping. But I'm fat, and that's why we call it chunky dunking. So if you get the pool, but praise God, I'm happy you're going to open up the pool, and that's something me and Mrs. Rambo are looking at. Investing in and stuff like that. We're going to go about a year out, just buy it and pay someone to come out there and put it up for us, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I remember Big Moose said he had one years ago, but he paid to have about 4 loads of topsoil poured in it, so he ain't got one of them no more. But, you know, Steve, I went to my favorite breakfast spot this morning, and I don't get to go there too often because, you know, the puppet in the White House, and he's made it kind of hard for a man like me to go and eat breakfast. But, you know, I went to my favorite spot, and Steve, I was mortified at what they brought me. I ordered pigs in a blanket, and do you know what they brought to me?
What's that?
They brought me a picture of Lugnut Louie and Pinky in the bed together.
Oh, no.
Steve has scarred me for life. Steve has scarred me for life. I mean, I've got to go have eye surgery and have my mind wiped. Steve, it looked like a deep freezer and a refrigerator got in bed together and was spooning. That's how horrible it was. Ugh. It was awful, Steve. It was awful. But got a couple of praise reports. Number one, I'm happy about the praise report about Mercedes Cantrell. You know, we've been praying for this young lady for a long time, and I know Pappy you know, gave us support that she's got, you know, some memory loss, and I believe God's going to work that out in time. The important thing is she's going to be coming home. I know he said about her having 24-hour care, but I just believe, Steve, God's going to work everything out. And, you know, and I heard, God bless him, I love Pappy to death, but I heard him coughing real bad one of the last times I heard him call in and everything like that. And I felt bad because I know he likes to partake in that devil's lettuce.
Here we go.
Pipe and, yeah. Well, you see, and then you talk about it was National Pie Day. I'm like, well, I guess if he's coughing and having all these coughing fits, if it's National Pie Day on the 14th, I guess he partook in pot pie. So we'll leave it at that.
Uh-huh.
But but also, I'm not going to mention the man's name because this is a very, I won't say prideful person, but, you know, we have a lot of people reach out to me on Messenger. You can reach out to me, just go to Determined Ministries Church. I'll always respond back to you. But we had a fellow reach out to me, and Steve, this man has had his wife leave him. He's had open heart surgery. He's got a lot of debts. And he reached out to me. He said, Brother Perry, he said, look, I just need prayer. He said, I got to come up with $300 to pay my gas and my electric bill, or else they're going to cut everything off. And, you know, I responded back, you know, and me and this fellow's been corresponding back and forth. And I said, look here. I said, not only do I believe that God's going to meet the need, God's going to over meet the need. And we're going to start praying that God will send somebody, and that somebody's not going to ask for the money back. They're going to just give it to you. And you're going to have that need met. Steve, this man messaged me tonight saying, praise God, we serve a great God. He said, someone reached out and gave him, not only, I believe, the money to pay that, but a little extra to put some more groceries on the table because he's kind of in a bad spot. So, look, God's children, I know, and as Daniel chapter 5 says, the writing is on the wall. You know, you don't know what that means. When Belshazzar had the big feast and they were all getting drunk, partying, dancing naked, and doing God knows what, and Belshazzar got the great idea to go in there and get the sacred vessels that were once housed in the Holy of Holies and start drinking wine out of them. And when he did, there was a hand appeared on the wall and wrote something. And it scared Belshazzar so bad that he literally pee-peed himself. And it says that in the Bible that he lost his bowels. And it
scared the mess out of him. Literally scared him that bad. But the writing might be on the wall. We can see the things going on in the world today. We know that Christ is coming back very soon. But just because Christ is coming back, we know there's a lot of craziness. That does not mean that God has not stopped working. God's children, God is still answering prayers. God is still moving. God is still working miracles. So don't ever give up on God, because God has never given up on you. Don't give up on God. And know that there's people like myself and many others out there who genuinely love you and who are praying for you. And I may never see you or meet you a day in my life. But if you're a child of God, or even if you're not a child of God, if you're needing prayer, or if you need someone to say I love you and sincerely mean it, man, you got it right here. And I tell you, Steve, hopefully people come on, visit us at Determined Ministries Church. You know, we'll be going live this Sunday at 7 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time. But I want to just say one more thing. There's another good friend of ours, mutual friend of yours too, our dear friend Ricky Roadway, Richard Tittle Sr. on Facebook. We'll be holding a live concert this Saturday from 1 to 2:15 p.m. Richard, I don't know if you ever heard him sing, Steve.
Yeah.
He does a lot of the old stuff, you know, and I'm going to make one request that, you know, that he doesn't do no Webb Pierce, because I'm like, I can't stand Webb Pierce. I just assume throw a grenade and blow him up too. Not him, just I can't stand his voice, but I heard he's a nice person. Well, was a nice person. He's gone on to be with the Lord now. But one of the songs I requested that he play and is kind of fits my lifestyle, your lifestyle, and everyone else who works the overnight drive. And that's the late great Ray Price and the nightlife. But if you ain't got nothing going on, Saturday from 1 p.m. to 2:15, he's coming live from Dubuque, Iowa.
Dubuque.
Where he'll be going live, you know. Dubuque. Well, I think Bozo used to call it Dubuque.
Okay.
Or DBQ, or Freddie the Freeloader used to make fun of that city too.
Yeah.
But yeah, so he'll be doing and seeing a lot of those old classic songs and everything like that. So if you ain't got nothing to do and bored to death, just tune in to Richard Tittle Sr. on Facebook, our own Ricky Roadway. He'll be playing your greatest songs and hits. And of course, we want you to come and pay us a visit at Determined Ministries Church, where we're going to go live and preach the word of God given to us, given to me by the Lord. And I just step out of the way and let God do his deal, you know. And then guess what is on after Determined Ministries Church? I know you know this.
About the midnight hour at Overnight Drive.
Yeah, where our old Steve Sommers is in the hot shot secret bunker, and he'll be squeezing out with his bare hands audio gold for you to listen to. How about that? You can't beat that. So you've got a good weekend. If you don't feel like doing a darn thing but sitting around the house being lazy, you got Ricky Roadway from 1 to 2:15. You got Brother Rambler on the Determined Ministries Church on Facebook from 7 p.m. to whenever God tells me to stop. Then at 12 midnight Eastern, 11 Central, you got Steve Sommers in the Hot Shot Studios, where he'll be sitting there with his bare hands squeezing out audio gold in perfection. Man, you just can't beat that, brother. Well, I know it's time to go. It's 1:30. Well, actually, it's 12:30 your time. 2:30 your time. Yeah.
Close enough.
And that's right. God bless you, brother. I love you. And then my son is still awake. It's a school night. Quit worrying about Stone Cold versus Kevin Owens and get on to bed. We'll worry about that. We'll worry about Stone Cold walking a mud hole and Kevin Owens' butt and walking it dry on WrestleMania. Get your butt to bed, boy. Steve, I love you. God bless you. And before I go, one more quick thing. Love is just not a four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, I know I can love you. And I do. God bless you, everybody. Bicycle.
Have a great morning. Thank you for checking in, Rambler, as always. And we'll be back after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky warned that World War III may have already started when Russian troops invaded his country. He also said, quote, civilization is at stake, unquote, during an American TV interview hours after addressing Congress on Wednesday. The United Nations Children's Fund announced that more than 1.5 million children have fled Ukraine since the war began. A judge in Honduras has ruled that former President Juan Orlando Hernandez should be extradited to the U.S. to face drug trafficking and weapons charges. Wednesday's decision can be appealed. Hernandez maintains that statements against him have been made by drug traffickers extradited by his government who wanted to seek revenge. He's denied any ties to drug traffickers. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Did you know most vitamin supplements don't even come from food? Even the products with colorful fruits and vegetables adorning the labels are seldom derived from produce. Typically, supplements are synthetic, made in a laboratory. Modern science may synthetically imitate these chemicals, but your body isn't fooled. It knows the difference, and it craves quality materials to build, repair, and fight illness. You need to consume fruits and vegetables daily in a variety of colors, as well as whole grains and other fresh food. That's why I formulated Balance of Nature. I wanted to be able to give my patients a natural alternative to the cheap, unnatural chemistry by giving them real fruits and vegetables. In fact, the only ingredients inside a Balance of Nature are whole fruits and vegetables. Don't settle for imitation nutrition. Reach for the good stuff, the real stuff.
Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com to get 35% off your first preferred order by using discount code USA.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
I know Philip's up and at 'em there in Sunshine State this morning. He sent me the link. I had that story printed up. Sent me a Facebook link, actually. Yeah, big day for NASA today. St. Paddy's Day has nothing to do with that. NASA's next generation moon rocket is due today to make a highly anticipated slow motion journey from the assembly plant to the launch pad in Florida for the final round of tests in the coming weeks. And they'll determine how soon the rocket's ready to fly. A rollout of the towering space launch, the SLS, Space Launch System. That's the rocket with the Orion capsule perched on top. Marks a key milestone in U.S. plans to go back to the moon after years of setbacks. This will be the public's first glimpse of a space vehicle more than a decade in development. They explained the process of moving the 5.75 million ton, 32-story tall SLS Orion spacecraft out of the assembly building at the Kennedy Space Center there, scheduled to begin here in just a few hours at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. So 5 p.m., not just a few hours. The mega rocket, standing taller than the Statue of Liberty, will be slowly trundled to Launch Pad 39B on the giant crawler transporter. It's a 4-mile journey that will take about 11 hours to complete. It will be carried live on NASA television, as well as NASA's website. Forecast for today or Wednesday, forecasters called for favorable conditions along Florida's Atlantic coast. But the rollout is going to essentially pave the way for NASA's uncrewed Artemis 1 mission around the moon and back that was delayed last month by a series of technical hurdles. They said they've since resolved as the teams get ready for the rocket to head out to the launch pad. And Artemis launch director said, we're in good shape, ready to proceed with the rollout Thursday. Once secured at the pad, the SLS Orion ship is to be prepared for a critical pre-flight test, what they call a wet dress rehearsal, which will begin on April 3rd, take about 2 days to complete. Engineers plan to fully load the core fuel tanks with supercooled liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen propellant and conduct a simulated launch countdown, which would stop seconds before the rocket's 4 R-25 engines would ignite. It's kind of a top-to-bottom evaluation of the entire system. The outcome of that will determine when NASA will attempt its first launch of the rocket with the capsule combination. That's the mission designated Artemis 1. Now, the Orion constitutes the backbone of the Artemis program, looking at returning astronauts to the moon and ultimately looking to establish an actual lunar colony as a precursor to an eventual human mission to Mars. Yeah, we've got to go all the way back to the Apollo program, 1969 to 72. Last time we've actually sent people to the moon, humans to the moon. So that's going to be pretty cool later today. Now, what's happening? Horse Feathers, good morning.
Well, they better hurry up because we're about using this planet up here real quick when World War III gets started.
Yeah.
They better get their butts in gear and get up there. There might not be anything from here to get up there from to look back at when they get up there. So, anyway, did you see in the news that the state of Maryland has a tax holiday for the fuel? Or I shouldn't say fuel. I don't know. It says gas, says fuel, says gas. Can you look it up and actually tell what's included in this? I mean, is diesel fuel included in this tax holiday for Maryland, or is it just for the gasoline type burning vehicles? I don't know. So every time you listen to a news story or pick up look something up on the internet, it says the opposite. One says gas, next one says fuel, next one says gas. So I have no idea what all is going to be included, but they're supposed to go back to for the gas station owners. They're supposed to go back in time and give them money back for fuel they already have in the ground, tax money So I don't know. Does the consumer get money back too, because the gas station people are getting money for what they've already had in the ground?
Isn't that the question? Isn't that what Pelosi was kind of alluding to? The fact that just because they implement the gas tax holiday, are they really even going to pass it on to the consumer at the pump? How do you know if they have or haven't?
Well, I've been watching the signs since yesterday to today, over the midnight hour, and nothing's changed from 11 o'clock last night to 2:42 this morning here. So I don't know. So, but anyways, hey, out there at that Walmart distribution center there, you're talking about how it's burning that. Can you imagine what the fire load is in that building? I mean, the amount of, just the amount of pallets of material there is in there. Even just the packaging, the stretch wrap, the plastic wrap that holds all the pallets together. And of course we've been talking, with all this oil deal, where the plastic comes from there to, how the plastic's made. That's all petroleum. So just imagine the amount of fire load there is in there, just in packaging and, what's done.
Well, I was thinking myself, what all, the products that you'll find on the shelf. Obviously, you've got all kinds of, gas, fuel, additives, all those, the chemicals that are all coming together, and the aerosol sprays, and there's no telling what the air quality coming out of there would be. It's got to be horrible.
Just think, there's probably a whole bunch of them white bottles with the letter L that starts the name in there burning up. Can you imagine that?
Right.
Oh, what a shame. No, I shouldn't have said that. We're talking serious now. We shouldn't joke about people losing their product. But anyways, no, yeah, you're right. There's a lot of everything in there. I mean, just the hand sanitizers with the alcohol and the other alcohol and beauty products and just all the things that are made out of oil. I mean, if you went through there and figured out how many things in the Walmart distribution center that are made of oil, I mean, you're probably half of what's burning, half to 3/4 of what's burning in there is probably somehow petroleum based. And so. And then, of course, you got a wide open structure. So once the fire gets started, it probably wouldn't take a lot, especially if a lot of those pallets, if they leave them wrapped up into plastic, it probably it goes pretty quick from pallet to pallet through that warehouse. And I don't know.
Now we got
anyways,
the one listener, Gwen, or Shadow Artist is her handle, that chimes in via YouTube. I think she's a firefighter, actually. That's what her calling is. And she was kind of chiming in about when I mentioned this stuff that I guess there's been a lot of explosions, and is that blowing debris up in the air and it's just drifting down elsewhere? But she said, don't touch that stuff. They're not kidding. I mean, carcinogenic.
Yeah.
You're really talking about cancer causing. She said there's synthetic mattresses, there's tires, and all those things we just mentioned, all that kind of stuff in there.
Yeah, and don't forget, they probably got a whole bunch of that camping stuff there. They probably got a lot of them 1 pound propane cylinders there for the camping people and stuff like that they use on their cook stoves and their lanterns and stuff. So yeah, there's probably a bunch of them in there, and who knows what all else. But I didn't even think about the tire side, the automotive side. You get into the, if they're supplying all their auto repair centers there for all the Walmart centers, and they probably got a whole bunch of all that stuff in there. So, but anyway, so were you able to find out any more about baseball in New York City? What was going to happen with that, with the vaccination deal and all that?
All I saw is what I looked up after you talked to me that night. I think they're saying there's like 2 Yankees players that are not vaccinated. I guess the question is, are they going to be allowed to play or not? Major League Baseball didn't really have anything official to say. They just said no further comment right now. We believe, we think they're going to lift that requirement.
Okay. Yeah, I was wondering about the other teams coming in, if even though they're not based out of New York City, if they're going to play in New York City, so, like the Cincinnati Reds want to go play the Mets, and if some of the Cincinnati Reds players weren't vaccinated, if they'd allow them to play or not play, or how the whole deal was going to wash out in the end. But anyway, I don't know. So I guess we got to just start, I don't know, go on from there, and I guess we'll look to the truck show here a little bit. So the Rambler, he seems like a pretty helpful guy there. Maybe he could help me out of my situation and needing that emotional support tractor. Maybe he could come up here to Baltimore and help me get on the airplane. I don't have any problem with the airplane itself. I love flying. That's not an issue. But for me to get through the airport with all them people in there and have to deal with all that nonsense, somebody's going to have to give me some special help to get through that mess. But anyways, I don't know. Maybe the Rambler come up here and bless me or something to get me through the airport there, maybe there when I got to get down there. But anyways, so you were saying something to Heatwave there, possibly about taking live phone calls at the truck show, and that to have on the air if there's an extra minute or two, maybe have it set up that way. That'd be pretty interesting.
Again,
you could do that.
Several people have asked, and I don't know if everything's set up like it is. I guess we could dial in and hook the phones up for an hour here and there and let people call in.
Yeah. So the other thing is you're just planning on doing 5 hours of radio at the truck show, right? So that leaves a little bit of time before and maybe a little bit of time after that you're going to have, not be doing the radio the whole exact time there that the show's open.
Yeah, noon to 5. So
yeah. So does that mean that have you got the karaoke machine set up there for the sing along with Horse Feathers, the old time truck driving songs? We got the karaoke machine all geared up and ready to go with the Mr. Microphone.
I think they've got that set up back in the Hot Shot secret booth.
All right. We'll have to check it out there. Maybe Kyle's got that on, or Josh has that on a mobile thing there. Maybe we can walk around the truck show floor doing the sing along with a karaoke machine and the Mr. Microphone there. What do you think?
Hopefully, we'll be out of earshot.
Maybe we get Big Ed to sing. He gets Big Ed to sing 6 days on the road. What do you think? Try that one once. Anyway, I guess with that, we're still looking for the rain, Your Honor. Where's the rain you're supposed to be sending us here? I thought you said there was rain on Thursday for us coming up out of the south.
It's raining in Virginia. I think it's headed your way.
All right. So I guess one last thing, is the People's Convoy going to try to do anything today? Have you heard, or are they going to take a holiday with the weather?
I've not seen any sort of updates on that. I mean, like I said, I'm hard-pressed to find anything. I mean, you get no media coverage whatsoever. The only thing you can find is via, like, Facebook, the Trucker G or the guy, the Kansas backwards, Sasnak guy. That's it.
All right. Yeah, I haven't had a whole lot of chance to try to find things, and as you say, there isn't a whole lot of anything on the news about it. So, anyways, that's especially once you get up here Baltimore way, they aren't even saying a word about it, because I think they need to come up here and ride around this beltway once or twice and see what happens with that. And I think that'd be kind of interesting. Of course, the one way you got to go, unless you get off, get turned back around, everybody has to pay toll to go over the one bridge. So I don't know. That's the only problem with the Baltimore ones. You got to pay on the one side, But anyways, I guess that's about what we got going there for you. And I guess if we find any extreme weather here in a little bit, we'll call back and let you know there towards the other end of the show.
Well, the rain it's raining in Waldorf. It's raining in Winchester. It's rain up towards Martinsburg, and it's knocking on the door.
All right. Well, we're headed towards Waldorf and maybe a little further south. So I guess we'll definitely find it then.
You will find it. All right, enjoy that. And we'll be back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, Scotty, a.k.a. Demon, if you're out there, you told me a couple days ago that Jay was going to be heading up to the Speedway there, Hagerstown. Just came across a post from about 9 hours ago. They're there. Jay and Shelley arrived at Hagerstown Speedway. People for Freedom, D.C. or bust. We made it to D.C., rolling for freedom. I know you saw the photographs there. I guess they took some pictures as they were rolling through D.C. And yeah, they're not in a big truck, but they are there to join and support the convoy. Now, you told me you'd see if you can get him to call. Come on, give us a live report, Jay. Inquiring minds would like to know. What's going on with Chevy Guy? Hey there.
Oh, great. I'm just getting ready to pull off on my delivery there. But yeah, I was thinking about something Heat Wave said, about the sinister minister might be happy that, the 2 million illegals that had come across our border last year, southern border. And they're still coming, by the way. I got to say, hey, sinister minister, when you look at it, you start hollering out reparations to these people, they're just going to look at you with this glassy eye over, So you're importing people that are not really going to support your plans anyway, and a whole lot of them already know what not to trust the government of any kind. Oh, we're going to take care of you. We're going to do this. They know the government. They like them to come from Venezuela. They came from a very wealthy country, and they were promised the world, and they got left with a dirty stick. So things may not turn out the way they think. I'm just thinking about the positive things about in the arguments, and including electric vehicles. Man, I know this ain't the way to do it, jack up prices and try to force people into these overpriced cars that can't afford anyway. But let's go and being on the grid. So let's break this down. Let's tell Detroit, all right, let's put out a Chevy or Ford or Dodge, the size of a 77 Caprice, and the price it right at $30,000. Have it have the ability, like the sun, the array, to take in the sun off the roof plates, to charge while it's sitting in the sun. The ability to plug into the house about like a 110. You've got 4 generators on all 4 sides. I mean, you've got, when you're going down the road and get up over 20 mile an hour, man, let that sucker kick in and somehow generate electric power as you're going down the road. Supposedly you could go from coast to coast without stopping for fuel, just your human needs. I mean, if you're going to go this route, make something that the American people will say, wow, what a great idea. I know we got all these problems. We do bring it up, and they're true. That way that's a vehicle that will be off the grid, but we're Americans, and shoot, Ebola was a problem until American scientists infected with it, and now America come up with a cure for a serum to help you survive Ebola. So we have had a history in this country of coming up with people that were able to solve these major problems. And it'd be cool. Just put it out there. Here's how you sell it. Put it on a 1941 Willis Coupe, and with the selling the electric this big old car, run it coast to coast, and make a big deal of it. People be out there looking to buy these things. Just to get independent from any of these oil industries that seem to keep putting us in this stuff. We still need the oil. We still need, if you got personal vehicles, you delivered that to the people, and you can still, it would make more fuel available for the work trucks. So, I ain't go to any further than there. I just can't see an electric semi with all that, that many batteries going down the road. But, but just make this car, like I said, 30,000 self-generating power, a lifespan of 10 years, and at least a mileage before it needs charged up, if you've got to plug it in, of at least 400 miles. And I just, we can go down the list of the negatives, but let's give Detroit, this is what the American people needs. How about going at it and getting it done? Other than that, it is what it is. This being forced, what they're doing now is definitely un-American. You don't force people into doing this stuff. But I still say, Old Henry Ford did it, man. He put that cheap Model T out there, and people got rid of their horse and buggy and a light beast. I mean, I even asked Dad one time in West Virginia. They had horses, pictures of him in his 20s and 30s, and I said, what'd they do with why'd they get rid of the horses? Because you can't even ride one down the street now. And I said, they've been there forever. He said, because the smell was so bad with the horses in town. And when they got to the cars, putting cars and trucks, said they got rid of the horses as fast as they could. So they're less deal. It's a lot nicer to turn that key and turn that crank in the day and go down the road and not have to worry about feeding the doggone thing.
Well, I don't know if you saw the video this past day I shared of all the Teslas lined up someplace in Louisiana, I believe it was. A massive line, electric cars waiting their turn at the charging station. Yeah, was that legit? We'll give you the full report, as they say, coming up right now. The news update, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
FEMA has helped with funerals for people who died from COVID. Tim Berg has the report.
FEMA announced on Tuesday that its funeral assistance program has reimbursed more than $2 billion in funeral costs for more than 300,000 families of COVID-19 victims. The COVID-19 Funeral Assistance Program provides up to $9,000 per funeral and covers COVID-related deaths since January 20, 2020. The average amount awarded per death is $6,500.
American officials at the U.S. southern border are allowing Ukrainians fleeing the Russian invasion to stay in the U.S. for 1 year without fear of deportation. Several Ukrainians told Reuters they passed through a checkpoint in Mexico and received permission to remain in the country until 2023. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Have you or someone you know used heartburn medications Zantac or ranitidine and been diagnosed with cancer? Zantac and ranitidine have been positively linked to cancer. According to the FDA, Zantac and ranitidine contain NDMA, a known cancer-causing agent. NDMA has been positively linked to cancers of the bladder, pancreas, esophagus, liver, and stomach. Even in single doses and in smaller doses over time, NDMA is one of the strongest proven cancer-causing agents. Call 888-960-1233 or go to ZantacMoney.com. You may be entitled to substantial compensation without going to court if you or a loved one have taken these products in the past 10 years and been diagnosed with cancer. Call now to see if you qualify for free. Call 888-960-1233 or visit ZantacMoney.com to get what may be owed to you. You may be entitled to a cash reward. Find out now at ZantacMoney.com or call 888-960-1233 to see if you qualify for free.
Walmart is pushing to hire more than 50,000 employees by the end of April. The big box retailer said the new hires will include personal shoppers, delivery drivers, and data scientists. Hong Kong is dealing with a spike in COVID-19 deaths.
Workers in PPE gear in Hong Kong have carted the bodies of coronavirus victims into refrigerated shipping containers as the city morgues run out of space from their deadly Omicron surge. In under 3 months since the highly transmissible variant broke out, they've recorded nearly 1 million infections and over 4,700 deaths, the bulk of them from the city's unvaccinated elderly population. From the USA Radio News Washington Bureau, I'm John Hunt.
The investigation into the injury Bob Saget sustained before his death in a Florida hotel room has found no definitive conclusion. According to an Orange County Sheriff's Office incident report, the 65-year-old Full House star died on January 9th. This is USA Radio News.
Right now, people are home with their pets more often, and I think now, especially with the shedding, they're more cognizant of what's going on and that it's an actual issue, and Dynovite has helped tremendously in our house with that.
I just heard the Dynovite commercial so many times that I said, you know what, I'll give it a shot, and I ordered it and tried it, and it worked.
The Dynovite, the being at home, working with them, they all love it.
Me and Chewy are together 24/7.
Within 3 weeks, he's not scratching and itching, and he's an all-around happier dog.
DINOVITE.com.
The Federal Reserve has raised short-term interest rates for the first time since 2018. It raised interest rates a quarter point on Wednesday to curb the worst inflation in 40 years. The rate hikes will eventually mean higher loan rates for many consumers and businesses. An earthquake has rocked portions of Japan.
A powerful 7.3 magnitude earthquake struck off the coast of Fukushima in northern Japan on Wednesday evening, triggering a tsunami advisory and cutting power to more than 2 million homes in the Tokyo area. A tsunami advisory has been issued for 3 footsees. The region is the same part of northern Japan that was devastated by a 9.0 quake and tsunami 11 years ago. The Tokyo Electric Power Company said that workers at the Fukushima plant were checking for any possible damage. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
House Minority Whip Steve Scalise invited top infectious diseases doctor Anthony Fauci to testify alongside other administration officials at an upcoming hearing. The topic, moving beyond the current COVID-19 crisis. The House Select Subcommittee on the Coronavirus Crisis is holding a hearing on March 30th. It will include the Surgeon General and the CDC director. Fauci was not included among the list of witnesses. And former CNN anchor Chris Cuomo wants $125 million for what he claims is an unlawful firing from his past employer. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break one line for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Blacktown. Let her roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. And it don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, you'll catch it all on the Steve Sommers Show. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive.
That's the way it rolls. All right, cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. There you go, 12:10 Pacific time, 3:10 in the morning Eastern. St. Patty's Day, how about that? And I don't have green on. How dare me? Wow. I forgot all about it. Yeah, get you some green beer. I don't know about your town, but in this town, they used to hold what do they call it, kegs and eggs. Get you some green beer for breakfast. All right. Enjoy your St. Patty's Day. Be safe. Meanwhile, what else we have in the mix here? Our number, 844-844-3388. Told you I'd give you the rest of the story. So the video that was posted on Facebook by a Texas resident this past Sunday, showing a line, more than a dozen Tesla vehicles wrapped around a parking lot near I-10 in Louisiana, Lake Charles. As she writes, yesterday I was in Louisiana along I-10. I stopped to get gas when I noticed a line of cars all waiting. Come to find out it was a line of Teslas waiting their turn to charge up. Curious, I pulled over and asked the guy how long it took to charge. Now, he said normally 30 minutes, but these stations are running slow due to demand. So it's over an hour per car. As she went on, take a look at this line. Each car is over an hour to charge. Hope these folks have food and clothes. They may not make it home for dinner, she says. So a Google Maps search of the area showed the drivers were crowded near a 120 kilowatt Tesla supercharger station. According to the manufacturer's support page, supercharger stations allow for up to 200 miles in a 15-minute charge. The next closest supercharger station was more than 100 miles away in Alexandria. Although a few less efficient destination charging stations were available nearby, but a destination charger provides for up to 44 miles of range per hour charged. The video quickly garnered attention as commenters debate whether, traditional gas-powered vehicles are more efficient than the newer electric vehicles, even with gas prices skyrocketing around the country. Historic levels. Yet, as gas prices soared, hurting the middle class, Kamala Harris and Pete Buttigieg responded by gleefully pushing electric vehicles, boasting our vast network of charging stations all over the country. However, with the average cost of a new electric vehicle at more than $55,000 and videos like this one cropping up, that's going to be a pretty darn tough sell. She then says in the video, well, no thanks, I'll keep my $5 a gallon gas. Several commenters agreed, saying, welcome to the future of Democrat green energy. This is what the new Green Deal hippies want us all to do. With the small percentage of electric vehicles that are out there today, and if you, the video, I saw the video, and it looks like there were either 4 or 5, what do you call it, charging, would you call them pumps? Charging stations? I think it was 4. So if you've got 12 cars in line, and it's going to take each car an hour, you're going to be at least 3 hours before you get to hook yours up, right? 4, 8, 12, if you're toward the tail end of the line. That's good times. All right, let's just park it here, wait in line. Let's go get something to eat. We'll come back in an hour and see if we've moved up a vehicle. That's crazy. All right, with that, let's get back to our calls this morning and head on down to Florida. How about that? How about the Orion, the SLS? That's pretty cool rolling out today, huh?
Hey, buddy, so you got my article I sent you?
I did indeed, yes.
Yeah, a friend of mine, his name is Abdil. He works over there at, he's one of the engineers on that SLS program. He sent that to me on Facebook, and I figured I'd forward it on to you. I figured you'd like that. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Today is the day. This is just a dress rehearsal. They're going to roll it out. They'll pressure test everything when it gets out to the pad. It's all it is. It's just a dress rehearsal, and then it's going to be taken back to the VAB, Hey, Steve, do you realize this is the first time that a rocket has rolled out of the VAB since the Apollo program?
Yes.
And it's the first time that a rocket, or a vehicle has been on that crawler since the space shuttle. They're using the same crawler that's going to take it out there that they used for the space shuttle Apollo. So they went through, though, the crawler had to be updated so much it was ridiculous. The thing is practically brand new because they had to make so many modifications on it because of the weight and everything of the tower and the rocket and whatnot. So, but it's going to be cool, and I appreciate my friend Abdil sending that to me. As far as you're talking about Teslas, those super stations, they're the quick charger, and that's what everybody goes for. I know most of them that I'm seeing down here in Florida, they're usually there about 20 minutes to get what they need. It's usually 20 to 30 minutes to get what you need, and you're out with it. Now, the ones I've seen, even the new ones, I just seen that they put in a Target in Daytona. They have 10 of them, and they're just plugs, you know, on a kind of looks like what a pump would be like at a gas station. And they plug in, and then, hey, Steve, you know how they pay for that gas? Or that fuel, or that electricity? Did you ever hear that?
No, how do they pay for it?
Okay, so on a Tesla, the car VIN number, when you buy your car, it's hooked up into, you put a charge card on your account. You set up an account with Tesla, and when you go into those charging stations and you plug in, the plug knows it's your car by the VIN number, and then they charge your charge card, so there's no cash or anything exchanged or anything, and then Tesla sends you the bill, which basically you pay the bill through Tesla with your charge card. That's how it works.
Interesting.
So those charging stations, Tesla's making money off those charging stations as well as making money off selling you the car and maintaining it. So, like when you take your car back to the dealership to get work done, when it pulls in the lot, it knows by Wi-Fi what the car is, what's got going on, and they know all the time. That car is hooked up on a Wi-Fi. They know from the time from point A to point B what's going on with it. So when you buy a Tesla, you're going to have Big Brother looking at the way you drive it, the way you take care of it. And if you don't take care of it the right way and it voids the warranty, you're out of luck. So, you know, there's a lot more to it than what people know. I mean, I'd love to have a Tesla, but it's a lot of money as far as the initial cost. And by the way, the cost on that charging station when you plug in is about $10 for that hour. That's all you're going to cost as far as that. Mm-hmm. But think about the money you're going to spend in initial setup costs buying the car. And even if you buy it at the charging station at your house, it's $600 just for the charging station. And that don't include the electrician that's got to put that charging station in for you. So you're probably going to be in well over $1,400 on a charging station at your house.
And my understanding was the charging station you're going to put in, the standard one you're going to put in your house, that's the one that's going to take you like 8 hours or more, 8 or 10 hours to charge fully. Yeah, the numbers I was looking at the other night said if you want the fast charge, like you're going to get like the Tesla lot or whatever, those things cost up to $20,000 to put in.
Absolutely. The one I'm talking about, that's $600, look at it from a layman's term, Steve, and the guys out there will know what I'm talking about when I talk about this. Back in the old days, we had what they call a trickle charger for a battery. And a trickle charger, you would put it on and it would trickle the charge in, and you would take 8 hours to charge it. Now picture you have the charger that's like the little battery pack where it jolts it into your car. That's the one that's $20,000. The one that I'm talking about, the $600, is a trickle charger, and it takes your car 8 hours to charge.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, and it's a lot of money. My cousin's building a house right now in Archer, Florida. He's buying a Tesla. He had to add double walls in his garage because of the fire problems they've had with those cars. To get his house to spec, he had to put a double firewall in his garage because of the situation with the batteries in those cars. So when you buy a Tesla, make sure that you do your research before you buy it, because it's a lot more than paying $55,000 for a car. So did you see that Ukraine president yesterday, Steve?
I did indeed, yes. Yep.
Okay. I watched the replay of it, the whole I seen on CNBC. And did you see when Pelosi stood up there and she's doing the slaw, whatever, saying he was supposed to say or whatever, and it was so fake it wasn't funny. But I was watching the presentation, and he was pleading for some help. I mean, that guy, he was pleading for some help. And at the end of it, he spoke in English.
Yep.
And I don't know if you played the end of that what he saw, but he said, if you want to be a president of the world, you need to practice peace. He was talking, if you're going to be a president of the world. Now, I don't know what that means. I mean, that could be misconstrued as different things, but was he pointing at Putin saying, hey, if you're going to be a president of all of the world, why aren't you practicing peace instead of blowing people up? So, I mean, it was kind of weird how it went. I will say the video was very graphic. I saw the video, and they didn't hide anything in the video.
Gave me
showed
chills.
Faces, the whole bit.
Yep.
And there was one shot of a building that looked just like it did back when World War II happened. They did to the Germans when the building got blown up over there in Germany. It looked almost identical to the thing, but it was in today's setting, and it's crazy stuff. So that's all I pretty much got today. But you have a good one. Hopefully we get that thing out to the pad and it don't flip over or anything like that.
All right, don't tip over. All right, Philip, have a great day. Thank you much. Yeah, the video, that little 3-minute clip, ran chills up and down the spine. It's heart-wrenching. The children, people trying to escape. War is hell, they say. So back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
The cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, morning to Mr. Michael Brunetti. If you're up and at 'em with us this morning, I got your message yesterday. Yeah, we've been talking about the seat giveaway there in Louisville. Been talking about it for a couple of weeks now, actually. Yeah, it took maybe about a week ago to actually get the contest page on the website up and running. I guess they had to go through all the legal mumbo-jumbo. Anytime you're giving away something worth more than $600, it says, it's got to go through the legal office. But, got it done. Go to overnightdriveradio.com, click on contests, and you can enter right now for our seat giveaway. This is for folks who aren't going to be able to make it to the Mid-America Truck Show in Louisville. One of the 3 seats we'll give away to someone via the registration at overnightdriveradio.com. For the rest of you, for those who make it into Louisville, 2 other seats will be given away. First, we got the Wide Ride Plus CERTA. I think that's the one that they're giving away via the online registration. For those that come on down to the Mid-America Truck Show, stop on by. We're going to be in the North Ring, booth number 16067. Offering up the Bostrom and National seating seats. Got a Pro Ride, and then that's also a Bostrom. Also got a Corsair. That's a National seating Corsair. I actually read the full descriptions of all those a bit earlier, but yes, appreciate you being on board with us there with Bostrom and National seating. Mike's going to be there at the show, and we will be chatting with him, talking about all the latest, what's going on with Bostrom and National seating. I'm not sure how much technology's changed in the last 3 years. I'm thinking there's probably some new stuff we'll be able to talk about, because that's the last time we had an opportunity to get together there in Louisville, 2019. So really looking forward to the show. So come on by, join us. You can register at the booth for the seat giveaways at the Mid-America Truck Show. Meanwhile, let's get back to the calls. Pappy on board. Hello, Pappy.
What's happening, Steve?
Not a whole lot. How we doing?
Man, that's up. All right, man. Man, I'm kind of tickled pink about us going back to the moon. Yes, sir. Hey, man, wonder if Philip's got any insight. What do you think I'm about to say, Steve?
Insight on, I don't know, what is it?
Going back to the moon. Going back to the moon. Why are we going back?
Why are we going back? Well, I know. Thanks, Steve. We're looking to mine the moon, right? We need that helium stuff, whatever it is.
Yes. Absolutely, Steve. Helium-3. Yes, sir. I remember about 5 years ago standing up on the 6th floor. I said, Steve, you know what helium-3 is?
I had no idea. But I've mentioned it several times since then that you told me about. That's why this great race, the great race with the U.S., China, and who is the other country? Some Middle East country everybody's trying to get up there first.
I believe it's India, Steve. I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. Yes, sir. Just to refresh everybody's memory, the moon dust up there, Steve, is like baby powder, right?
Mm-hmm.
And, when the Apollo missions brought some of this stuff back, they realized that the sun that is pounding the moon dust is creating this isotope, this helium-3. And the reason we don't have it on the Earth is because our magnetic pole blocks a lot of that radiation, right, which the moon doesn't have. Now, supposedly, they can convert this dust. They can actually use it in nuclear power plants. And the benefit about it, that it does not produce any radioactivity.
Mm-hmm.
Is the big benefit. And they said 1 ton of this dust, if we could get it back to the United States, would power the United States for 100 years. And when you think about that, you're just like mind-boggled, man.
Let me read this to you before we get our break via Wikipedia.com. Okay, helium-3. Much speculation has been made over the possibility of helium-3 as a future energy source. As you just said, unlike most nuclear fission reactions, the fusion of helium-3 atoms releases large amounts of energy without causing the surrounding material to become radioactive. However, the temperatures required to achieve helium-3 fusion reactions are much higher than in traditional fusion reactions. The process may unavoidably create other reactions that themselves can cause surrounding material to become radioactive, but the abundance of helium-3 is thought to be greater on the moon than on Earth, having been embedded in the upper layers by the solar winds over billions of years. There's still lower abundance than in solar system gases, but it's just an incredible amount of energy that could be generated. And that's what Sommers saying. Pappy told me that again years ago. They're looking to mine the moon to bring back helium-3. Whomever can bring it back would have enough. They could essentially rule the energy needs or control the energy needs of the whole damn planet for years or decades. Now, let me get our quick news break here. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky warned that World War III may have already started when Russian troops invaded his country. He also said, quote, civilization is at stake, unquote, during an American TV interview hours after addressing Congress on Wednesday. The United Nations Children's Fund announced that more than 1.5 million children have fled Ukraine since the war began. A judge in Honduras has ruled that former President Juan Orlando Hernandez should be extradited to the U.S. to face drug trafficking and weapons charges. Wednesday's decision can be appealed. Hernandez maintains that statements against him have been made by drug traffickers extradited by his government who wanted to seek revenge. He's denied any ties to drug traffickers. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Did you know most vitamin supplements don't even come from food? Even the products with colorful fruits and vegetables adorning the labels are seldom derived from produce. Typically, supplements are synthetic, made in a laboratory. Modern science may synthetically imitate these chemicals, but your body isn't fooled. It knows the difference, and it craves quality materials to build, repair, and fight illness. You need to consume fruits and vegetables daily in a variety of colors, as well as whole grains and other fresh food. That's why I formulated Balance of Nature. I wanted to be able to give my patients a natural alternative to the cheap, unnatural chemistry by giving them real fruits and vegetables. In fact, the only ingredients inside a Balance of Nature are whole fruits and vegetables. Don't settle for imitation nutrition. Reach for the good stuff, the real stuff.
Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com. Get 35% off your first preferred order by using discount code USA.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, welcome back. Picking up where we left off there. I went a little further down in the story here. What did it say? Materials on the moon's surface contain helium-3 in concentrations between 1.4 and 15 parts per billion in the sunlit areas, may contain concentrations as much as 50 parts per billion in the permanently shadowed regions. A number of people going back decades ago have proposed to explore the moon, mine lunar regolith, and use the helium-3 for fusion. I guess it takes a whole lot of the regolith. I guess that's the moon dust to extract any substantial quantity of the helium-3, but they've been talking about it for decades.
Yeah, Steve, I might have, after I'm sitting here thinking while on hold, I might have misspoke. And gosh, we don't want any fact checkers coming to it. It's either 100 tons for 100 years, not 1 ton.
Okay.
But with that said, I mean, if you think of that, one ton of this stuff, right, could power the United States for a full year. That's amazing. It's just getting it back here, Steve, and mining it's the problem. You know, it could be a way of the future, though, man. I'm telling you. Obviously, there's other people smarter than us.
Yeah, a whole lot.
Thinking the same thing. You know, man, Steve. But yeah, man, just about Ukraine, real quick. I'm still not on the bandwagon, Steve, for sending troops over there or this no-fly zone. If Joe Biden could address the American people and explain to us why, if Ukraine falls, that this is a vital interest in national security of the United States. My ears are open. I just don't see it right now. But, if he could explain it without lying to us, I don't know. Maybe my mind will change. Man, it's nasty what's going on. Man, I hate to differ with Eagle on this. I think Eagle's he's such a patriotic American man. I think he's maybe speaking with emotion here, but dropping bombs on Russia, man, I don't think that's the way to go. If it was a NATO country, obviously we'd be involved. I guess, for whatever reason, Steve, the news media is pushing us to get involved in this for whatever reason. And, believe me, we don't trust the news media. What's their agenda behind this? I don't know, man. But, I guess if we do get involved at some point, I think the way to get involved is, all of NATO get together and literally go into Ukraine with massive air power and destroy the Russian army in Ukraine. Don't step over into Russia. Don't cross the border with any troops in Ukraine. Just, go Republican Guard on them, if you know what I'm saying.
Right.
But, and the problem, Steve, we got buffoons in the White House, Steve. These matters are so complicated and complex. I mean, we are dealing with possible nuclear annihilation of this planet, Steve. So, this ain't nothing to toy around with.
Nope.
We got these buffoons in here running the show. So that's the only thing that scares me, too. So, but hey, man, real quick, I think I told you Sadie's got her trach out.
Yes, sir.
She's been climbing steps. She is looking good so far. The memory's still not there. But hopefully we will get her out in a couple weeks. And, praise the Lord. Hopefully everything gets better with her, Appreciate Rambler's words. I don't know what kind of evil juice he is drinking tonight, but he sounded like he was didn't he sound a little tipsy to you, Steve?
Oh, it's St. Patty's Day, so.
Yeah, I think he's drinking the devil's juice tonight, man. I don't know. Maybe too much of that altar juice, too, or something. I don't know. But anyway, all right, I'll let you go. Hammer down, everybody. Be safe. Thanks for taking
Thank you. All right, have a good morning. At the same time, can you trust the media? You look at, if the source is CNN, I don't put the utmost of credence, but they're saying multiple U.S. publications this week, based on interviews with U.S. officials, that the Russian government has requested military and economic support from China. We've heard that. But the request supposedly included food for the troops. Two officials with, quote, knowledge of the matter said among the assistance Russia requested from China is prepackaged, non-perishable military food kits, or MREs as we call them, meals ready to eat, which may indicate the military's struggling to keep the invasion force supplied. we're hearing that there are, of course, Russian forces, that 40-mile convoy, they're running out of food, they're running out of fuel. Russian forces on the ground in Ukraine have already been documented complaining of the lack of food. Russian forces filmed appearing to loot food from a supermarket in one of the Ukrainian cities, Kherson. After they took control of that city, U.S. officials providing few details about other requests that Russia has made of China, declining to specify what types of military equipment they're requesting. One said we have to protect the methods of information collecting. I guess if you say too much, they'll know, hey, the only way you could have found that out is through this channel, whatnot. So, meanwhile, the U.S. has already warned China against sharing economic support for Russia's invasion. But it's all becoming a big, vicious circle. And yeah, Russia's playing both sides of the fence anyway. Well, good morning, Strawberry.
Yeah, good morning there, Steve. Hey, I got a DA of the Week nominee I want to throw out there. I was meant to mention this last night. I was going down 81 there last night, and there was a truck sitting there on the shoulder, but it was over on the ramp, but the service truck in behind it. And here's the service guy changing a tire, but instead of putting it behind the trailer, he has it beside the trailer. He's pulling the tire off the rim, but he's part of the way out into the right lane of the travel lanes of I-81.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen some stupid things done along the road, but that one really gets up there. You know, I would think common sense would tell you take the tire behind the truck or something so you could change it more safely. That's for sure. Well, I'm going to try to answer Heatwave's question of when the official start of World War II was. I don't know whether they declared it as World War II at the time, but it is considered on September 1st, 1939, when Hitler invaded Poland. Now, he'd already taken over Austria, Hungary, Czechoslovakia, but when he invaded Poland, that brought France and Great Britain into the war. But what people leave out is, at that very time, what made it a world war, Japan had been at war for several years. In fact, I believe that before that was when the rape of Nanking happened in China and stuff like that. There was a lot going on in Asia along the shore and the South Pacific. You know, the Japanese had been on the move for several years, so it wasn't just what was going on in Europe. I'm sure most of your listeners probably are aware of that. Now, by the way, did you get the picture of the case of beer I was talking about last night?
Yeah, the Billy beer. Yes, I did.
Did you see that?
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was rather interesting find.
Well, why don't you pop the top on one of them and see how it tastes after what, 50 years? What is it?
45 years. I'm afraid something will crawl up out of the can out there.
You think?
It's so old. Yeah, it's so old. It's actually got pull tabs. It's not the modern style.
Yeah,
that's
right.
how old that beer is. Yeah. All right. Now for my 1, 2, or 3 fans, I've counted 3 so far. Time for tonight's edition of How to Spot Your Favorite Cartoon Character at the Truck Stop. As promised, I will start off with Eskimo Mom. Oh, she's a sweet little lady. She'll be wearing her parka, and she'll be cuddling up to a little stuffed husky dog. Don't be alarmed. She's a sweet little lady, and she's very friendly. So if you get a chance, introduce yourself, Eskimo Mom. Now here comes the special announcement for tonight. Cat Mom will be there with her little boo-boo kitty, but here comes the announcement. You'll see her with her boo-boo kitty like Shirley and Laverne and Shirley, so she'll be easy to spot. has now joined the GMA Enterprises team. She is part of our research and development. She is working on something to help you with your COVID restrictions. We will be announcing our new product being developed by Cat Mom after the truck show is over. And tell you what, Steve, just say bye to me.
Bye to me. See ya, Gilligan. Yeah, Knucklebuster earlier sent me a link from the History Channel. Yeah, what was Heatwave's question? After Hitler invaded Poland, how long was it before they officially said it was World War II? Under the heading Outbreak of World War II. It goes through August of 1939. Hitler and Stalin signed the German-Soviet Non-Aggression Pact, blah, blah, blah. On September 1, 1939, Hitler invaded Poland from the west. 2 days later, France and Britain declared war on Germany, beginning World War II. On September 17, Soviet troops invaded Poland from the east. Under attack from both sides, Poland quickly fell. And by early 1940, Germany and the Soviet Union had divided control over the nation. During the 6 months following the invasion of Poland, the lack of action on the part of Germany and the Allies in the West led to talk in the news media of a phony war. At sea, however, the British and German navies faced off in heated battles, lethal German U-boat submarines striking at merchant shipping bound for Britain, sinking more than 100 vessels in the first 4 months of World War II. There's a whole lot of reading, but it sounds like 2 days is the time it took. Not long, right? What are we looking at? Get a quick 2-minute timeout as we head toward news update, top of the hour, just around the corner. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
There you go. Get right back to the calls here. On to the right wing nut.
Yes, right. I'm never wrong because I'm always right. Yeah. Well, I tell you what, It's been a long month for those poor folks there in Ukraine. Excuse me. And I tell you, they sure put up a hell of a fight. And I wish them the best of luck. Excuse me. I got these new cigars from the Fu King Smoke Shop there in Gallup, New Mexico. Yeah, they're Honduran. Yeah, pretty mellow, Then they had this stuff called tequila. I don't know what you're supposed to do with that worm in the bottom of that bottle, but I ain't touching that damn thing.
Come on, be a man. Be a man. Eat the worm.
The last time I ate a worm, I was sitting there at the porcelain god, puking my guts up, and there was a big brown worm at the bottom of that toilet bowl, and I said, I ain't eating that either. So, anyways, starting to lose my voice there. If y'all don't believe me about that smoke shop, go ahead and take a look on Facebook. It's FUNKING Smoke Shop.
The Fu King Smoke
Be
Shop.
honest with the Fu King Smoke Shop. Yeah, I thought they was missing a letter.
Yeah.
No, I thought it too, but nope, that's what it is. Owned by a Chinaman named King. First name Fu. Oh, there you go. Anyways, well, sounds like it took them 2 days there in 39 to say, hey, this is World War III. And, dadgummit. That went down the wrong pipe. Anyways, as slow as word got around back then, it took them 2 days. It's almost been a month and they ain't called it a war yet. What the hell's the matter with these people?
It's just a special military operation. Special operation.
Peacekeeping, then.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. Yeah, keep the peace. That's why thousands are dead. They're keeping the peace.
Oh, well, that Zelensky, he's an actor, so maybe this is all just for show. I don't know. But tell you what, people don't realize that once you're dead, you're dead. You ain't coming back. You ain't coming back for the next TV show on TV. It's final. If they don't get that nut vanilla pudding out of the Kremlin, we're all going to pay a bitter price. Oh, that went down the wrong pipe. Damn, I got tears in my eyes.
Ever think you might ought to give up cigars? They're a little rough on you. By the way, you're not supposed to inhale when you smoke a cigar. You realize that?
Oh, that just puts hair on your chest. It may destroy your lungs, but at least it puts hair on your chest. And ladies, I'm still available. But it was good to hear from the American Sparrow. Glad he wasn't snoring, and we'd have to blow the air horn to wake him up. He's got a lot of good things to talk about, but we shouldn't have to bomb Russia. They ought to just go ahead and push them red commie, what's beyond that border. But then again, we tried that in Korea, and I'll be damned if the Chinese didn't come after us, come down through the north. That 38th parallel, that should have been the holding line, but you know how things are in war. Nothing ever goes according to plan. So, Heatwave was right, though. He said, Kamala and Joe got two things in common. They ain't got no sense, and they ain't got no damn balls. So, what was that, the Democrat animal? Party animal, the Democrat Party.
The jackass.
What was that again?
The jackass.
Yeah, we got a bunch of them running this country now. So, yeah. Well, I tell you what, if they'd pay half as much attention to our southern border as what they're doing for the Ukrainians, oh, I tell you what, we'd have our act together up here. So, anyways, I guess I'll let you go before I really ruin my voice. Y'all have.
All right wing nut. Or is it supposed to be right wing nut? Yeah, we return. Final hour ahead. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Ukraine's president did not hold back on Wednesday as he pleaded with Congress to intervene.
Ukrainian President Zelensky spoke to both houses of Congress Wednesday morning.
Remember September the 11th, a terrible day in 2001 when evil tried to turn your cities, independent territories, in battlefields. Russia has turned the Ukrainian sky into a source of death for thousands of people.
President Zelensky asked President Biden to be a world leader as world leaders make peace. From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Irish Prime Minister Micheál Martin learned he'd tested positive for COVID-19 while attending an event Wednesday night with U.S. leaders, including President Joe Biden and House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Have you or someone you know used heartburn medications Zantac or ranitidine and been diagnosed with cancer? Zantac and ranitidine have been positively linked to cancer. According to the FDA, Zantac and ranitidine contain NDMA, a known cancer-causing agent. NDMA has been positively linked to cancers of the bladder, pancreas, esophagus, liver, and stomach. Even in single doses and in smaller doses over time, NDMA is one of the strongest proven cancer-causing agents. Call 888-960-1233 or go to ZantacMoney.com. You may be entitled to substantial compensation without going to court if you or a loved one have taken these products in the past 10 years and been diagnosed with cancer. Call now to see if you qualify for free. Call 888-960-1233 or visit ZantacMoney.com to get what may be owed to you. You may be entitled to a cash reward. Find out now at ZantacMoney.com or call 888-960-1233 to see if you qualify for free.
President Joe Biden tweeted on Wednesday that oil prices are decreasing, so gas prices should decrease as well. He noted the last time gas was $96 a barrel, gas was $3.62 per gallon. However, the current average gas price is $4.31. Gas prices have been rising since the start of the year. However, Russia's attack on Ukraine has caused the costs to further skyrocket. 3 NFL teams are submitting proposals to the league to change overtime rules.
The Indianapolis Colts and Philadelphia Eagles want each team to get one possession in overtime. The Tennessee Titans propose each team get one possession unless the team scores a touchdown and a 2-point conversion first. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Former President Donald Trump told a news outlet he's displeased with the performance of Representative Mo Brooks and suggested he's open to backing another candidate. This is USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
New grant funding is now available for historically black colleges and universities. Reporter John Hunt explains.
Vice President Kamala Harris has announced that historically black colleges and universities, also called HBCUs, will be eligible for new grant funding following a series of bomb threats made against them. The Project School Emergency Response to Violence program under the Department of Education is intended to enhance campus security and provide mental health resources by providing short-term, immediate funding for institutions that have experienced violent or traumatic incidents.
The Biden administration is debating how to wind down federal subsidies that guarantee free treatments for coronavirus patients. The move would bring a halt to government coverage for certain COVID-19 therapeutics, shifting them onto the private market and potentially forcing some Americans to pay out of pocket. Some treatments and antibody drugs can cost as much as $2,000 per dose. A Baltimore area business is ready to take off. The United Safety Technology plant will produce 375 million medical gloves per month and help bring production back to the U.S. The Baltimore Business Journal reports the $350 million medical glove manufacturing plant will open at Trade Point Atlantic. And in related news, Walmart is pushing to hire more than 50,000 employees by the end of April. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
That's not the first time it's occurred. We've heard stories. They call it stolen valor. A prominent veterans group is refunding donations they collected for a woman who is now accused of falsely claiming to be a Marine Corps combat veteran with a Purple Heart and Bronze Star who was suffering from stage 4 lung cancer. Statement says, to be clear, no monies were received by this individual. Hunter 7 Foundation did not raise funds for this individual specifically, and any donations that were a result after sharing this individual's story were refunded to their original form of payment through our online fundraising platform. We are disheartened by the circumstance, but this will not allow us to derail from our mission to help those in need. Several weeks ago, the woman sent an urgent request for help to the foundation and then supposedly provided documents in support of her claims, according to the nonprofit organization. When the foundation was alerted to questions about the woman's alleged military service, the charity investigated the matter along with the Departments of Defense and Veterans Affairs. We were horrified to learn that, in fact, this was a circumstance of fraudulent military service, financial, and medical treatments records. They did not include the woman's name, but upon learning this information, the foundation contacted local and federal authorities and concurrently swiftly stopped payment on an initial check that had been sent. The executive director of the Hunter 7 Foundation deferred questions about the woman in question to federal investigators. But we've obtained a copy of the document the woman sent to the Hunter 7 Foundation, which she claimed was her DD-214 discharge document. It lists her full name as Sarah Kavanaugh, whom various media outlets have reported is a Marine veteran and commander of Veterans of Foreign Wars Post 152 in the state of Rhode Island. Stolen valor. Well, I jumped down to, I believe, is that Frank there? Good morning, Frank.
Yes, sir. How you doing?
Doing well. Thanks for hanging with us.
Hello? All right. The question about the trucking show next week. So you're going to be off the air at night, Wednesday night, Thursday night, and Friday night. which is Thursday morning, Friday morning, Saturday morning, right?
So what we're going to do is actually we're going to be live from the show. Like when we're all live from noon to 5 on Thursday and Friday, those shows will replay from midnight to 5 in the normal time slot, but it'll actually be the recorded from the show that we did live earlier in the day.
Okay, so you're going to work Wednesday night on the overnight drive and then work Thursday during the day at the truck show.
Yeah, the one night there, like Wednesday night, will actually be a replay. I'm not sure what they're going to run, but I'll be here in the studio Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday morning. Then we're going to drive down to Louisville and get settled into the hotel. And so they're going to replay that night.
All right. That's all I got. Thank you, sir.
All right.
Appreciate your time.
Yeah, appreciate you checking in there. That's the breakdown. Yeah, I hadn't really mentioned that. Yeah, we'll be here. I'll do the show live Wednesday morning. It'll be a replay Wednesday night into Thursday morning. But then, again, we'll be live starting at the noon hour, which you can catch it on listen on the app, the YouTube, the Facebook, whatever your preference is. Again, noon to 5 Thursday, noon to 5 Friday, 10 to 3 Saturday, and those programs will replay from the midnight to 5 a.m. hour each respective night, Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday night, into Sunday morning. When we come back for the return trip, I will be off that Sunday night into Monday morning after the show. That will also be a replay. Maybe they'll be playing back, I would assume, maybe the best of all the interviews and whatnot from the Mid-America Truck Show. If they can get somebody to edit all that good stuff up. Good morning to the Lone Ranger. What's happening out there?
Good morning. Well, I agree with the caller who said that the reason we have a problem is because we have nothing in the White House. Putin is basically a bully. And just like any other bully, he detects weakness, and that's why he's doing what he's doing. But the problem is he's also a former KGB officer and has a lot of training and a lot of knowledge on how to be mean, evil, and nasty, and really, really has no morals, no scruples, bombing children, bombing hospitals. I mean, this is a bad dude here. But again, it comes back to we have an empty suit in the White House. And if Donald Trump was still there, this wouldn't even be happening. Would not be happening at all. He said it himself. The best thing Biden could do to handle this problem is to hire Trump as a consultant. But since Biden is a career politician and only cares about a political agenda and not what's best for the country, that's not going to happen. So now you've got a guy who's Putin is 5'5". So there's also the possibility of he's suffering from Napoleon complex, small man complex. A lot of guys that are small in stature try to look like bigger than what they are. It's a mental disorder. And you see him on horseback, he's
got the shirt off, yeah, Mr. Macho. Yep.
Yeah. Now, the problem is this guy who's suffering from Napoleon complex also has the opportunity to push some buttons. And those buttons could be the annihilation of the planet. But we're not really concerned about that. The empty suit in the White House isn't really responding. He said, no, we're just not going to go to war with Russia, and that's it. Not going to send planes. Ukraine just, got to do their own thing there. So here's what we're worried about. Oh, by the way, saw somebody posted a picture of the new Joe Biden stamp that's going to be released by the Postal Service. And before they came out with the forever stamps, they used to put the value of the stamp in the corner.
Zero.
So this one does have the value. The value is 0 cents.
Yeah.
The Joe Biden stamp is 0 cents. So that's pretty much what we're dealing with. But Now we have a vice president who is equally worthless. Just said on your news, he does have an accomplishment. He just sent a whole bunch of money to the historically black colleges who supposedly are being harassed. So she sent them a bunch of money. Her other accomplishment was she attended some type of a commemorative march in Selma, Alabama, some civil rights march that took place there. She attended that. So again, it's another case of we take care of our own, because she's also the border czar and has done nothing in that accomplishment, and no accomplishments there. She also went to Poland recently and made a fool out of herself by standing at a podium and knowing nothing about the topic. So she has no accomplishments there as a vice president, but she made sure that the HBC's got a bunch of money. So she's taking care of the important things. Now, the topic of stolen valor. It was recently reported that USA Today has declared Rachel, formerly Richard Levine, our Assistant Health Secretary, as Woman of the Year.
Yep.
First time in history, Woman of the Year has a penis.
Bingo.
Now, how insulting is that to real women who have accomplished things? That's what we're worried about in this country. That's why Putin's doing what he's doing, because we have our priorities so screwed up in this country. Now, here's the comment. Now, this I didn't even know about this, but when Richard/Rachel Levine was sworn in as Assistant Secretary of Health, she was sworn in as a 4-star admiral.
Mm-hmm.
Now, to the best of my knowledge, Rachel/Richard Levine never served in the military, never was in the Navy. So that's, in my opinion, that is another case of stolen valor. 4-star admiral is an extremely high rank, and it takes years and years to earn those 4 stars. So now we have this politically correct appointment. Oh, by the way, I'm sad to say that Richard/Rachel Levine came from Pennsylvania, was a health director here, and she's accomplishment here in Pennsylvania was to move she's mother from a nursing home where they had just put a bunch of COVID positive people. And of course, that resulted in deaths, just like in other states when the Democrat mayors or governors did that. So she moved her mother out of that nursing home. So that was the accomplishment here in Pennsylvania. So I guess that's why she got appointed to Assistant Secretary of Health in the United States. Now, here's the comment that was made by Rachel Levine when she was appointed. May this appointment be the first of many like it as we create a more inclusive future. So this is what's important, to be inclusive but not qualified. As long as we include everybody, we're doing well. And that's why China and Russia are eating our lunch. This is political correctness, I've been saying this for years, is killing this country. Absolutely killing this country. Hiring unqualified people because of what they look like or what their sexual preference is not the way to go. We're the laughing stock of the world right now. And in my opinion, we're not even number one anymore.
I'm looking here. I'm trying to see the breakdown. I wasn't aware that she wasn't in what the Navy. It says uniformed service, service branch, United States Public Health Service Commission Corps. Rank is admiral. What did she do in the military?
Never was in the military, to the best of my knowledge. In fact, she was actually married to a woman and has 2 kids. Martha Levine was the wife. I guess it was a real female. She had 2 kids. And she stated that this transition came about when she was in her 40s. So this was actually a normal person at one point. What happened mentally, I don't know. Again, we have, I mentioned this a while ago. My question was, what's going to happen to these people who live paycheck to paycheck and are paying these insane inflated prices for houses that are going on right now? I've had an agent working for me in Arizona now for a couple of months, and when I look at the Zillow and Realtor.com send me emails every single day. Here's 10 homes we think you'll like. So I look it up, and I look at the price history. Most of these homes were purchased a year or 2 years ago for $100,000 less than what they want for it now. So now it was just announced the Fed is going to raise interest rates. So if you're living paycheck to paycheck and you overpaid for a house and you're just getting by with this high mortgage that you have because you paid too much for the house, now all of a sudden your interest rate is going to go up. So that's what I've been waiting for. I'm sitting back waiting because I see the beginning of the foreclosure process. If people cannot afford their payment, and then you add on to that $4.59 a gallon for home heating oil, you don't hear anything about that in the news. Oh, gas price. What about home heating oil? $1,500 to fill up a 275 tank. And in this area, there's a lot of older homes because this area was developed in the late 1800s, and they don't have good insulation. Some people in the winter have to buy 275 gallons per month. So if you're on a fixed income and your Social Security check is $1,100 or $1,200 a month, how do you buy that oil?
Mm-hmm.
And how do you buy the groceries that are inflated? So I see a real downturn. In fact, the agent told me if I wait a year, you'll be buying a house from the bank because there's going to be a lot of foreclosures when these interest rates go up and people cannot afford. I saw this before. The rates go up, and when the rates go up, the payment goes up, people can't afford it, they start getting foreclosed on, and then the prices come down. So I'm going to sit back with my checkbook and wait for this to happen. Unfortunately, I'll probably have to spend another winter in Pennsylvania, which I didn't want to do. It looks like I'll have to. And now one last thing. The racist MSNBC show host, Joy Reid, is at it again. She commented again that the only reason people care about Ukraine is because the people are white.
Wow.
So in other words, the videos of children dying, hospitals being bombed, pregnant women dying, people waiting in line for food getting bombed, that doesn't bother her. But the fact that the people are white, that bothers her. So I have a question for, I'm sure she's listening, Joy Reid. I saw these were never reported on her show, to the best of my knowledge. In the Bronx, an Asian woman was pummeled and beaten by a large black man. But in the report, they mentioned her race, but not his. In Seattle, Washington, a 62-year-old white woman was thrown down the steps repeatedly by a 41-year-old black man and was taken to the same hospital she works in with serious injuries. I don't know if Rachel reported that, but I doubt it. The last story that I don't think she reported, another shakedown artist who claimed to care about black lives was just arrested for fraud, her and her husband. She created a charity and got a bunch of money, but didn't spend it on where it was supposed to go, spent it on herself. Just like the 3 founders of BLM who bought $1 million homes, shakedown artists. And also, they took $1 million in COVID relief money. A lot of these businesses took this money, did not spend it on the business, and this is another example. Her and her husband got arrested for fraud for spending the $1 million COVID money on themselves instead of the needs that it was supposed to be provided for. So I think Joy Reid might want to report all the news and stop looking at everything through skin color, because no matter what the skin color is, when little babies are getting blown up, that's big news. And that's all I have. See you later.
Thank you very much. All right. The United States Public Health Service Commission Corps, also referred to as the Commission Corps of the U.S. Public Health Service, is the federal uniformed service of the U.S. Public Health Service. It's one of the 8 uniformed services of the United States. Yeah, the mission: protection, promotion, advancement of health, and safety of the general public. Along with the NOAA Commissioned Officer Corps, the Public Health Service Commission Corps is one of 2 uniformed services that consist of only commissioned officers, has no enlisted or warrant officer ranks, although warrant officers have been authorized for use within the service. Officers of the Commission Corps are classified as non-combatants, unless directed to serve as part of the military by the president or detailed to a service branch of the military. Members of this corps wear uniforms modeled after the United States Navy and the United States Coast Guard. Okay, so that kind of explains. No, she wasn't military per se. February 13 of 2021, President Biden formally nominated Levin to be Assistant Secretary of Health. And let's see, October 19 of 2021, Levin was commissioned as a 4-star admiral in the U.S. Public Health Service Commission Corps, becoming the first openly transgender 4-star officer in any of the United States uniformed services. She's also the first female 4-star admiral in the Commissioned Corps. Now, how you rise up through the ranks, I don't know. Maybe if I go back, but the photograph, you'd think, wow, 4-star admiral, wow, pretty impressive. Yeah, there's a difference. That makes sense. Thank you, Ranger. Our number, 844-844-3388. High pressure pumping on the line. What's happening?
Hey, how's it going, Steve?
Good.
No, if it rains today, they won't roll because it's already congested enough, and they don't want to add any more congestion with especially the people in the convoy to damage their cars. But
so
I didn't tune in too much today. What was that?
Someone sent me a link to, I think it was Spaceman. It's a link to a Washington Post story, but I can't get to the whole story because you got to be a subscriber or whatever. You know what I mean? You just can see the headline and whatnot. But it sounds like there was a splinter group that broke off from the convoy, and that's why they were shutting down exit ramps and stuff. Is that what you're hearing or no?
Well, ever since they started taking that 395, the DC police automatically shut down every single off-ramp off of it. When the leadership clearly says that they're not going into DC, the DC police automatically shuts down every off-ramp, which is causing all the congestion. Like the little bit I did tune into today, there was a couple points to where they're at a dead stop because of all the congestion. There was a couple accidents. They had to clear cars off the road.
Yeah.
Then at one point there was a motorcycle that was weaving in and out of the trucks, harassing them, and the police actually stopped the cars, and they actually went out there and arrested him and took him off the highway, then took his bike off the highway. But at one of the congestions, when they were just sitting there, sitting still, just a common person in a suit, some business worker. He was so pissed off not being able to get off the road. He was out there yelling at the police or whatever.
Yeah.
That were blocking and at one point there was cars going the opposite way on the on-ramps just to get off, and they shut those down. And then Mike, who's one of the co-organizers, he got out of his truck and walked up to one DC police and said, "Why are you doing this?" And he goes, You're not allowed in town." He goes, "Well, number one, we're not going into town. And number two, I'm not allowed to go into town." He goes, "Well, legally you are, but we're told you're not allowed to."
Uh-huh.
But a lot of the congestion today was just the wrecks or whatever. But I did, a little bit, I did tune into Saznak. I put in capital letters, which his moderators is family and friends. I put in capital letters that somebody needs to call into your show, and I put the call-in number. Then I also emailed him, which he does read his emails. I emailed him, said the same thing in the subject line. I put, please read, and I put what your show is and the number, the times, and I said somebody needs to call in because 100,000 plus voice people you reach, it's a good way or whatever. So if that goes anywhere, who knows?
Well, I appreciate you at least trying, because I did at one point, all the way back when the convoy hadn't even arrived in D.C. They were making the trek across the country. I'd kind of reached out to them on their Facebook, the official People's Convoy Facebook page. Yeah, gave them a link to the overnight drive and said we'd sure like to speak to somebody, but never heard from them.
Yeah, I don't know, but they are meeting with quite a few Republicans people, but nothing's really coming about. If anything, they're just exposing how the Republicans just aren't willing to work or anything. They were looking forward to that meeting with Jim Jordan, and it was live streamed with Jim Jordan, but basically it was very short, but basically he just said, "Thank you for what you're doing. I fully support you." And all they were simply asking him was, "Can you please reach over the aisle to some of your Democrats who you have relations with?
Yeah.
Just ask him just to talk to us, just to sit down." He goes, "There's nothing I can do." And they said, "You can't even just reach over and just talk to him and just maybe just 5 minutes sit down with us?" And he goes, "There's nothing I can do." But you remember a couple months ago, whatever, I sent you that, you read it online, that letter about what the people who signed the Declaration of Independence, what they all went through to bring about the attendance, and I ended it saying, "Is there anybody in D.C. with a backbone willing to stand up for what's right?" And well, we all know that answer, and basically, whether you think this convoy is a waste of time or whatever, basically these people just got to the point they're just tired of DC not standing up for what the constituents or put you in there for.
Well, that's been their message. They work for the people. They work for us. We don't work for them. They've said that repeatedly. All right, high pressure pumping. Thank you for the update. Morning to Truck and Phil there. Got your email. Morning, Steve, and the Hot Shot Secret Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Thursday. Coffee up. The full worm moon tomorrow night. Absolutely beautiful out this morning in the Midwest. Ready to head out to Sterling Heights, Michigan. Make that flip back over to Fort Wayne. Bring on spring and keep on trucking. Only 283 days till Christmas. Thank you, Truck and Phil. Semper Fi. And we'll return after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Ukraine's president did not hold back on Wednesday as he pleaded with Congress to intervene.
Ukrainian President Zelensky spoke to both houses of Congress Wednesday morning.
Remember September the 11th, a terrible day in 2001 when evil tried to turn your cities, independent territories, in battlefields. Russia has turned the Ukrainian sky into a source of death for thousands of people.
President Zelensky asked President Biden to be a world leader as world leaders make peace. From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Irish Prime Minister Micheál Martin learned he'd tested positive for COVID-19 while attending an event Wednesday night with U.S. leaders, including President Joe Biden and House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, the founder of Youngevity and veterinarian physician, and I'm the guy that figured out the cause, prevention, and cure of cystic fibrosis. I'm the guy that found the cause, prevention, and cure of muscular dystrophy, and then I figured out the cause and prevention of sudden death syndrome. You don't hear about those three diseases anymore because in federal lawsuits, we were able to force the manufacturers of baby formulas to put these nutrients in the baby formulas. And those three diseases, cystic fibrosis and muscular dystrophy, were not genetic diseases. They were just simple nutritional deficiencies. Sudden death syndrome, crib death, was not due to mother laying on the babies. Only 2% of the babies were in bed with their mothers when they died. 98% were in cribs. We had that nutrient put into the baby formulas, and we ended crib death. 28 years ago, one child died of crib death per 100 normal births. Today, it's 1 per 3,000 normal births. And if everybody would give all the 90 essential nutrients to these kids, none of them would die. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to service all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger.
That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, so yeah, we touched earlier on big day for NASA today. Rolling that 32-story rocket ship out of the assembly, headed out to the launch pad for testing. There was other big news. Another major milestone in its preparation of the new James Webb Space Telescope. Engineers say they have now managed to fully focus the $10 billion observatory on a test star. The pin-sharp performance is even better than they had hoped for, they said. To get to this stage, all of the Webb's mirrors had to be aligned to a tiny fraction. They're talking the width of a human hair. That's how technical it was. A lot of work still lies ahead before the telescope can actually be declared operational. The NASA engineer who led the development of the optical elements described the release of the first properly focused image as phenomenal. You not only see the star and the spikes from the diffraction of the star, but you see other stars in the field that are tightly focused, just like we expect, and all sorts of other interesting structure in the background. We've actually done very detailed analysis of the images we're getting back, and so far what we're finding is the performance is as good, if not better, than our most optimistic predictions. So there you go. And it's overreaching goals to take pictures of the very first stars to shine in the universe and probe far-off planets to see if they might be habitable. All right, to give Webb the necessary resolution and sensitivity to fulfill that mission, it was equipped with a 6.5 meter wide primary mirror. But this reflecting surface, made up of 18 different segments, was so big it had to be folded up inside the nose cone of the rocket. So there were concerns about each and every element of that had to unfold. Everything had to unfold exactly as designed. And so good news there. We may, in the not-too-distant future, start getting some phenomenal images of, I guess you'd have to call it, ancient history. Morning, Knucklebuster.
Thanks for having a second time, Mr. Steve Sommers. Some people want you to work 24/7, don't they?
All right. Oh, boy.
Yeah, that ain't going to happen. Well, my house is paid for. The only I got to pay off is Tennessee's 2019 Silverado, and I'll be debt-free again. Back in 1972, Tom T. Hall wrote the song "The Day the Monkey Became President." We could definitely use that song again today there. And extra, read all about it. You remember the Ever Given, the container ship that blocked the Suez Canal for nearly a week last summer?
I do, yes.
Yeah, its sister ship is now experiencing a similar one closer to home there. It's called the, let me see, what was the name of that? Ever something. Ever Forward became grounded Sunday in the Chesapeake Bay off the coast of Maryland after leaving port in Baltimore.
Oh, boy.
Well, yep, that's according to Nooser. This YouTuber, he's building a diesel dually Tesla Model 3 that can tow 15,000 pounds. See, it's just a hodgepodge of stuff. He took a wrecked Model 3 Tesla. I didn't think them things were supposed to have wrecks. An old bed truck with a 4BT Cummins diesel engine, a manual transmission. They plan to equip the engine with bigger heads, larger fuel pump, and a higher flowing turbo. And underneath the Model 3's body will be a truck frame from a Chevy square body pickup. It'll sport dual rear wheels, which they would say going to help the model tow somewhere around 15,000 pounds there. Which that'll sure look funny having that car sitting on top of all that. And this pilot up in Massachusetts said, I got something embarrassing to tell you guys. There ain't nobody here to disembark you off the plane. Well, enough of all that old baloney. Why wasn't Jesus born in Ireland?
I don't know. Why was it?
He couldn't find 3 wise men and a virgin. What do you call an Irish man who knows how to control his wife?
What is it?
A bachelor. In 1978, drink you some Billy beer today, and you'll definitely turn green today there. I'm going to carry Tennessee to see Kiefer Sutherland. One of his songs is called Open Road. It's a truck driving song. He country music and soft rock, so I may call in tomorrow night, may not there. And let's keep Steve Sommers Overnight Drive radio going down the road. Buy some Hot Shot Secret products like Fixing Eliminator and Everyday Diesel Treatment. Overnight Drive in the checkout box for your 10% discount. And buy some Steve Sommers Overnight Drive products, baseball cap, travel mugs, and T-shirts. And Steve, I'm working on getting Dolly to model your T-shirt. It may be Dolly the clone sheep when it's all said and done, but I'm working on it. Have a great morning, Mr. Steve Sommers, and we'll...
If we don't talk to you before, enjoy your Kiefer Sutherland concert. All right, we did see the price per barrel, Brent crude, West Texas Intermediate. It's been hovering right about 100. It had dropped down to we were down to 96 and bumped back up to 100, 101, obviously fluctuating back and forth with each passing hour. But the word from the Energy Information Administration yesterday is oil prices will remain above $100 per barrel in the coming months, reflecting the geopolitical risk from Russia's war in Ukraine and the tight energy markets with the current and potential future sanctions against Russia. Brent crude is expected to average $105 and some change this year, according to the Energy Information Administration, the latest short-term outlook. Now, last week, significantly raising their outlook in February, it was going to run about $82 per barrel this year on the Brent. So big jump there. Let's see. In the March STEO last week, they said they expect Brent crude prices to average $117 a barrel this month, $116 for the second quarter of this year, $102 per barrel in the second half of the year. West Texas Intermediate is also set to average $113 a barrel this month, $112 per barrel for the second quarter of this year. Early on Wednesday, before the inventory report, West Texas Intermediate was up 2%, back over 98 per barrel, and Brent crude again was back at 101 and some change. But all this, of course, is subject to change. Heightened levels of uncertainty, all these different factors. Government-issued limitations on energy imports from Russia, Russia's actual production, the global crude oil demand, I mean, it's got to be all but impossible to make accurate forecasts with the uncertain market, pretty much of the world that we're in right now. And we return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111. I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I'm looking at the story. Knucklebuster sent that my way. It was the Ever Given was the container that got stuck in the Suez Canal last summer. And now, the sister ship is also run aground. Yeah, it happened Sunday in the Chesapeake Bay off the coast of Maryland after departing the port there in Baltimore. The ship was headed toward Norfolk, Virginia, according to the Coast Guard. Unlike the Ever Given situation, though, the Ever Forward, the sister ship, is outside the canal entrance to Baltimore, so it's not actually blocking any marine traffic. Ships are able to get in and out of the port, but they've got salvage crew, Navy architects, divers all looking to figure out a way to nudge the ship back into motion. Okay, there you go. What's going on with Gilligan? Yes, final notes.
Hey, good morning, Steve. This is the unofficial Monkey Gouger impersonator of the Overnight Drive. The man who aspires to one day be considered the rich middle of the Overnight Drive. Steve, how you can tell the toothbrush was invented in South Carolina? How you can tell that?
I have no idea.
Well, it was invented any place else, it would have been called the teeth brush. Well, I'm going to step on out of here.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, tit for tat. I gotcha. What do he tell you, to stop by the Waffle House and see if you can find a full set of teeth amongst the whole crew there in West Virginia? All right, not a whole lot of time left as we wind things down here. All right, don't forget, we'll be 1 week from today. Yes, it'll be a kind of a repeat Wednesday night into Thursday morning, but we'll be coming your way 1 week from today live from the Mid-America Truck Show. And don't forget to head on over to overnightdriveradio.com. Get yourself registered for your Bostrom seat. Got the Bostrom Wide Ride, and that'll go to one lucky listener, value $1,800. We'll also, of course, be giving away 2 more seats during the show for those who stop by the booth as we prepare for the 50th anniversary celebration, Mid-America Truck Show, Louisville, Kentucky. One final note here. We'll get to some of the other industry headlines we didn't get a chance to this morning. Had a big announcement from JB Hunt Services. They announced this past day they're planning to grow their intermodal container fleet to 150,000 units over the next 3 to 5 years. So adding capacity to expand the fleet by more than 40% from the close of last year. They're also looking to place additional chassis in service based on market need. So I guess a joint initiative with BNSF Railway to substantially improve capacity in the intermodal marketplace. I just assume this is one way of trying to address some of the issues at the container ports and whatnot, which hasn't been a whole lot in the news as of late, but there's still a lot of cargo backed up at the ports. Have yourself a wonderful Thursday. Looky there. We come back at the midnight hour tonight. We'll be rolling into a Friday, getting set for the weekend. Looking forward to chatting with you then. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.